Hit the buttons. All right. Well, we've been getting some links from some people that have subscribed, and I was gonna watch them anyways, so I figured, why sit here being super tired watching this by myself when I could just get on here and watch it with you fine people. So let's take a look. So apparently there's a lot of like Sinclair media stuff apparently going on nowadays. What up, woke? How you like that visual of Trump versus George Santos, naked, oiled up, wrestling each other? How you like that? This is what I'm here for. To put these images in your guys' heads. All right. So yeah, apparently there's some stuff going around right now about Sinclair Media. God, imagine if George Santos started a media company. You couldn't trust a goddamn thing that came out of it. Sinclair Media companies, and one of our subscribers, John, has been sending me some links on this stuff to do with news, pre-prepared stories, and, you know, how they're being used in today's media, specifically around, Joe Biden's age and whether or not he's fit for office. And I find this, like, really interesting. Obviously, it's something that I am aware of in our media, that this is not unheard of, right? But seeing as this is something that seems to be really kind of crossing boundaries, it's not just the right that talks about this, but also the left that talked about it for a very long time. In fact, I think I heard Kyle Kalinske at the beginning of the election cycle kind of, chastise himself for talking too much about Joe Biden's age and how the left helped to set up this type of thing, the age question. And I'm wondering how deeply stuff like this has gone, and whether or not we're starting to not just have it influencing one side, but, obviously in some ways influencing the other side as well, to start to make these types of news articles, media broadcasts, where they think that they're doing something in the name of like just kind of like calling out something, and it's actually having an extremely negative impact on things like, the question of Joe Biden's age. As those of us that watch Joe Biden's actual speeches pay attention to Joe Biden, yes, is old, but Joe Biden is capable of standing up there and talking. He's capable of giving, hour and a half long speeches. When he does, then it's all of a sudden he's on drugs. There's some real questions about how far that's getting into not just the right and obviously the far right, which, you could tell them that the fucking sky is black, and, they'd be like, yeah, for sure. Or sky is green. I guess it is black at one point. Jesus Christ. So anyways, what up, Jess? Good to see you. What up, Spikin'? How's it going, guys? So yeah. Rowdy Piper? Is it Rowdy Piper, or is that a different Rowdy Piper? This poll needs to be on R Suddenly Alabama. That's funny, Jess. And I wanted to say thank you to John. John, I think his last name is Donoff. I can't remember it right off the bat, but he's the one that's been sending me. Obviously, Woke sends me stuff. Bucket sends me stuff. I appreciate all you guys that have joined Discord and shared videos and all that stuff. But, this is something, there's so much information out there that sometimes it's hard to keep up with family life and professional life and news stories. And this was, something that I wasn't 100% aware of. So I just want to say thank you for bringing that to my attention. And I appreciate you. I appreciate all you guys. Same guy! Rowdy Piper was the man. I was a big fan of the Rowdy one. All right,
we are going to look at the architecture, the framework, the anatomy of a propaganda operation. We've done this before. Before Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox News, I would sometimes go through how a
What was They Live? Is that no? That's Alive, right? Alive is the one where they crash the plane and they all eat each other. What is They Live? That sounds familiar.
Completely harebrained conspiratorial
Yeah,
opinion.
Happy Pride Month.
Becomes, quote, the news on Fox News. And the way it would often happen is Tucker would go on TV at 8 or 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. I don't remember what time he was on. And he's an opinion show. Remember, there's the Fox News people and the Fox opinion people. And Tucker would say something like, it's very clear at this point that the FBI set up the January 6th riots, for example.
Yeah, and this is, what was it, in 1984 when the Media Accountability Act was no longer a thing. This is kind of a weird parallel to be drawn, and WWE people don't get fucking offended, okay? have to be ready for this. As the WWE crowd is very loyal, very loyal. But when I was a kid, it was a WWF, and then they got sued by the Wildlife Federation. They weren't allowed to use that anymore. They're deemed to not be a sport, so they were told that they had to use entertainment as a descriptive. And even after all of that, now I was a young kid through the WWF, but I was older when it became WWE. So when it became WWE, I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense. I never really thought it was like completely real, you know. When I was a kid, I was probably one of those people that was like, well, yeah, like, but, you know, they're like really hitting each other. Or like, you know, you'd make little like, you know, caveated statements as to like, yeah, but also this happened. And it kind of, you know, in some way it lessened the blow of it not being real. But then, you know, eventually you kind of move on as you get older and you're more mature and you're starting to go like, nah, like it's 99% fake. Yeah, there's stuff that literally happens to them. They're being slammed. They land on tacks. There's stuff that really does happen to them, but it's scripted. It's fake. It's not a real fight, and anybody that's ever been in a real fight would be able to tell you that. And there is a certain group of people that were WWE, WWF fans that even after they were told that it is entertainment and it is not real, that it is scripted, that wouldn't even make the argument that, oh, well, some of it's real, but yeah, some of it's scripted. No, they would just straight up still be like, it's real. You can't tell me it's not. It's 100%. This is all real. And this seems to be the same thing that you have going on in a similar way with people like Tucker Carlson, where it's like literally he has to tell people that it's entertainment, that most of the shit he says isn't real or isn't verified or factual. And you have a certain group of people that will be willing to say things like, well, yeah, maybe not everything he says is right, but a lot of what he says is right, bro. It's the Joe Rogan effect. Yeah, I know he says he's an idiot, but he's right a lot of the time. And then you have the people that kind of grew out of it that were like, yeah, it's a lot of like conspiracy theory and shit like that, and they don't watch them anymore. And then you have your straight up people that are like 100% the things he's saying are true, and you say, well, they said that he had to say it was entertainment for a reason, and they go, well, that's, you know, deep state, you know, he's fighting against the control, like, you know, they come up with all these weird reasons. And it's one of these really strange things that only exist in like a very cult-like state, and that is not questioning the things that come from the top because those things are the truth. So, you know, I think that when you have stuff like this where it's scripted and it's given to multiple different news media outlets, somebody like myself sees something like that and goes, that something seems very sus about that, or something seems very weird. I should look further into that, or, you know, it doesn't seem right. And, you know, I have that little bit of an inkling that things are not correct. Whereas those people that I'm talking about, the WWE, the Tucker Carlson people, those people are just like, whatever comes down from the top is right. And when they hear it repeated over and over and over again, it's a little Manchurian Candidate style, you know? It's like that is, and you've seen it. They come into the chat, they do nothing but say the same exact things as the person before them. It's the same exact cliches, the same exact stories, same exact evidence. Like, literally, you guys have seen me go through this with these people before, where I can literally go to the next stage of where they're going to go with their argument because I've heard it verbatim over and over and over again. It's really kind of crazy.
Well, something crazy like that. And then the next morning on Fox and Friends, the Fox and Friends people, who are sort of like halfay between news and opinion. I would argue they're basically opinion, but I think Fox considers them kind of more on the news side. They would say Tucker Carlson last night argued that the FBI obviously planned the riots. Here's a clip from Tucker from last night. So now you take Tucker's unhinged opinion, you inject it into something that is like pseudo news. And then you get to the noon news hour on Fox News, And at this point, it's been 12 hours of Tucker suggesting the FBI planned January 6th and Fox and Friends referring to the fact that Tucker did. And then now it's completely indistinguishable from just some harebrained conspiracy that Tucker floated the night before. And that's how they turn the propaganda and conspiracies into something that tricks people into plausibly being news. Something very similar happened with Sinclair.
So in some way, he's saying that Tucker's the bait, right? Like, Tucker's the bait and they're the hook. And he's just like setting things up for people to, he's priming them, getting them ready for it. And when you think about that, that actually makes a lot of sense, because our news is now, it's monetized, you know? And I don't care whether it's mainstream news or it's David Pakman or it's Dave Rubin or Ben Shapiro. Our news is monetized now. The only way that you get seen by other people is by getting bigger. The only way that you get bigger is by covering things that either matter or you make shit up. And if you think Rupert Murdoch is just waking up every day and going out and golfing and enjoying his life and, you know, hanging out on his yacht and just not really thinking about how to manipulate people, you have lost your fucking mind. Because I guarantee that dude's entire life is spent thinking of ways to manipulate people to get more money from them, to get more power from them, to get more status from them. You know, you would think a guy at his age would just kind of retire and do their thing, but that's not what he's doing. So when David Pakman says something like that, that actually makes a lot of sense, that the person is creating like a script of sort for the script. First you need the hook, then you get the middle, then you get the climax, and just run it through that rotation over and over again, so people are consistently like binging Netflix, getting those dopamine responders going, and they're getting those hits from it. I didn't, you know, even I could say I didn't really think about it in that manner, but that seems to be a very good argument for that being true.
Sinclair broadcast stations, which are all over the country, owned by Sinclair, local news stations, and the Wall Street Journal piece on Joe Biden's brain, which has now been widely debunked. Now, as I told you guys,
because you didn't say it, but I don't want anybody in my chat talking about children being harmed, so don't talk about that, or I'll have to ban you. Okay, buddy, or dude, or dog, whichever you accept. I don't want to have to ban you, but I will.
Guys, when the story came out, I believed that it was worthy of reporting on the fact that the story was written. Most of you agreed with me. Some people were angry that I even told you about the story. The reason being that the allegations were at least plausibly better sourced than some of the Trump just saying Biden doesn't know what day it is stuff. Annie Linsky, despite working for the right-wing Wall Street Journal, is a reporter with a relatively trustworthy track record. I mentioned in the reporting some of the sourcing seems a little suspect, but I want you to know the story is out there. There's a bunch of holes in it. We're going to continue to cover it. The next day, the story was debunked, and I came to you and we discussed that. However, on Sinclair stations, they used the Wall Street Journal piece, which was extraordinarily widely debunked by the time that a lot of these stories went to air. They gave the same damn script to every station, and it led to the exact same monologues. Different anchors all across the country making the exact same point.
And so, like, okay, I'm not going to do this shit today. Bye, bitch. I'm not gonna do that. I fucking try to give you a chance, but you're a fucking moron. Bye. You're a fucking moron. Jesus Christ. These people, did I just not say too that these people always say the same shit? Like, they're literally fucking brainwashed. It's like, I heard this thing and I've never looked it up and I actually don't know what it means, but I'm just gonna say this shit that everybody else said. We're literally watching a video about how people can be brainwashed, and then a brainwashed person came in. It's like a fucking brainwashing bat signal. You know, brainwashing. They're like they could smell the brainwashing in the air, and he was like, "Dude, I can't help myself. I'm just attracted to it." And then he spent 5 minutes subscribed to my channel just to say that dumb shit and get banned. Isn't that amazing? I love that these people are that fucking weird. They're that hyper concentrated on this shit. It is so strange. And I think what Pakman's saying right here and I don't know if he's getting to it, but I'm actually going to go with, I don't know that they accidentally gave the same script to every person. They are probably looking at these simple-minded ass people like Jungle, and they're just like, this guy right here, if you just repeat the same shit over and over again, he'll do your job for you. He will go into random chats on YouTube and spew and regurgitate the same diarrhea of the mouth that all of these people have been doing, because he don't have half a brain left. All of his brain cells have already jumped off the Empire State Building and took their own life. Okay, they're done with it. They don't want to do this anymore. It's too hard to work in that type of environment. It's very stressful. They cannot be responsible for this man's actions anymore. And so they just put out the same script. I think they did that shit on purpose, because that's how fucking easy it is to brainwash these fucking morons.
This is how these organizations spread these propaganda stories. Aaron Rupar and Judd Legum have a great piece about this, which we're linking to. Take a look at this.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here.
Oh, no.
When the gunman...
Alex Jones's ass is having to sell a bunch of shit now. Fuck you, Alex Jones. What up, Liz? How's it going? What's going on, Liz? I wonder if I've been demonetized. I don't think I've been demonetized. I still have money. Right? I think so. I don't know. If my wife would do her goddamn job, she would link the Progressive Matters here. I'll show you guys. This one. Okay, sorry. 1 second. I'm gonna link my my website. And if anybody wants to donate, donating is better anyways, because you can ask for me to do certain things. Nothing sexual. If you donate through the link, okay, where is the link? There it is. Through the PayPal, YouTube takes 45% of everything that you guys donate to me. So you can donate at, yeah, I will striptease for money. I'm not gonna lie. I will start an OnlyFans. Don't make me, guys. do not tip me. I will start a hairy ginger old man OnlyFans, because I know that there are people out there. There's something for everybody. I'm just saying, there's at least one or two people willing to pay $9.99 to see my hairy ass. All right, there we go. That's the, if you guys ever want to, sorry, Dark. I've already made you guys think about George Santos and Donald Trump oil wrestling. Now I'm making you guys think about me on OnlyFans. It's a tough way to start your Saturday. I'm sorry for that. I apologize. So anyways, if you guys oldly farts, don't steal my idea. I might start that, actually. It's just old ass hairy dudes that aren't really attractive, and they just talk a lot and never actually get naked. Don't steal my idea. If you guys want to donate, you can donate to the PayPal in there. You can also join the army, which is only $3 a month, or you can buy yourself a sweet ass t-shirt as well. I'm going to reduce the pricing on the t-shirts and stuff soon, though, so don't buy one now. If
out there's a bunch of holes in it. We're going to continue to cover
it. He hurts.
The next day, the story was debunked, and I came to you and we discussed that.
I might have to
However,
make a video
on
tonight.
Sinclair stations,
the bear
they used the Wall Street Journal piece, which was extraordinarily widely debunked by the time that a lot of these stories went to air. They gave the same damn script to every station, and it led to the exact same monologues. Different anchors all across the country making the exact same point. This is how these organizations spread these propaganda stories. Aaron Rupar and Judd Legum have a great piece about this, which we're linking to. Take a look at this.
The Wall Street Street Journal calling into question the mental fitness of President Joe Biden. As national correspondent Matt Gelka tells us, the issue could decide the election.
Wall Street Journal has published a story which calls the mental fitness of President Biden into question. As national correspondent Matt Gelka.
What's up with this budget-ass Tucker Carlson? What the hell, man? Who the fuck this man? This man does not have a significant other. You know why I can tell you this man doesn't have a significant other? Because if you woke up in the morning and you put on that suit with that tie, that bow tie, and you had a significant other, they would put a sack over your head, hit you in the head with a billy club, knock you unconscious, redress your ass, and when you woke up, they'd be like, never do that shit again, okay? And this dude looks like he is a Commanders fan, okay? Like, that's the only reason you could possibly want to put those colors together, is if you were a Washington Commanders fan. Other than that, you have no excuse, sir. I mean, if you are trying to be Tucker Carlson, you are failing except for the bow tie.
Tells us the issue could be an election decider.
Should he be on that or any ballot? The Wall Street Journal is out with new reporting calling into question the mental fitness of President Joe Biden.
Same script all across the country, article debunked.
As national correspondent Matt Gelka tells us, the issue could be an election decider.
Debunking doesn't matter anymore.
As the Wall Street Journal is out with reporting calling into question the mental fitness of President Biden. We want to know, are you worried about President Biden's mental fitness? As national correspondent Matt Gelka tells us, the issue...
That's some gaslighting shit right there. Are you worried? Like, stop acting like you know what you're trying to say. That's my problem with all of this stuff is just like, I know this is a script they were given and they're just saying this shit over and over and over again, is that people take that kind of shit seriously. Like, this dude's actually asking them the question. He's telling you what you're supposed to believe. He is not asking you a fucking question. He is literally telling you, this is what I want you to believe, and people are so goddamn simple-minded that they're like, yeah, he old. Okay, he's old. Has he done anything professionally in his career? As the President of the United States, has he accomplished things? I don't know. All I know is he's old. Jesus Christ, why are people so dumb?
Could be an election decider.
Yeah,
as the Wall Street Journal is out with new reporting calling into question the mental fitness of President Joe Biden.
And as national correspondent Matt Gelka tells us, the issue could be an election decider.
Lawmakers think this can be an election decider.
The Wall Street Journal is out with reporting calling into question the mental fitness of President Joe Biden. As national correspondent...
Even this poor lady? What the fuck is KHQA? Even this lady got the script? How far did this go? Like, is there going to be a video of Ben Shapiro? Because Ben ruins everything, okay? Is there going to be a video of Ben Shapiro reading the script? Because that would be the climax right there. Like, conservatives and brainwashed MAGA Republicans everywhere would just like that. They would come all over themselves if Ben Shapiro is the final clip. I'm just throwing it out there.
Correspondent Matt Gelka tells us the issue could be an election decider.
And the reason they keep talking about Matt Gelka is then they cut to a package. They cut to a package of Matt Gelka every single one of these stations.
The November election just 3 months away, and President Joe Biden's mental fitness being questioned once again. According to a Wall Street Journal report, members in both political parties have serious concerns about his cognitive ability. National correspondent Matt Gelka has more on those concerns.
Joseph, you are in the wrong chat, brother. Joseph, you are either trolling or you have wandered into the wrong neighborhood. we about want to watch a video about you, Joseph.
Concerns.
The Wall Street Journal is out with reporting.
Okay, you get it. I could play 4 more minutes of this stuff for you, but every single one of these scripts is the same.
I don't ban you unless you say
I have been talking for more than a decade on this program about how your local news is not really local in many cases. Generically, your half-hour local news, which is sort of 30 minutes loosely, you take out 8 minutes of commercials, you have 22 minutes left. Of those 22 minutes, often close to a third of that is weather. Weather is actually local, fine, but you can also find out your weather in 15 seconds by looking at your smartphone. You take out the weather from the 22 minutes, and you often have 16 or 15 minutes left. Often a full half to 2/3 of the 15 minutes of actual news on local news is national stuff. Either a package, if it's an ABC affiliate station from ABC or whatever, or in the case of Sinclair stations, it is a regurgitation of some script written for every single one of these stations to read. And the reason this is so pernicious, and Aaron and Judd talk about this in the public notice piece that we're linking to, it's very clever to disguise the Wall Street Journal hit piece as local news because people tend to trust local news way more. They don't realize it's not really the local news.
What is going on
in
right
general,
now?
we hear
Super
people don't trust the news. They're usually thinking of corporate and, national news. But when you ask them about your local news, your local NBC affiliate, local Fox affiliate, they trust it far, far more. And so when they are getting the Biden story delivered by their local anchor, they trust it way more. Now, as a practical matter, does anyone in my audience watch this local news now? Like, I genuinely, personally, I don't know anyone under 65 that's watching this stuff. Clearly, some people are, because it's a very effective and powerful tactic. So my question to you is, are any of you watching these local news stations? And part of the reason I think the answer is also no, is I think if you were watching the local news and you saw that piece, at least some of you would have emailed me and would have said, hey, that propaganda piece that's already been debunked by the Wall Street Journal, it's made it into my local news. The architecture and anatomy of disseminating propaganda. Hey, this is very interesting.
And one of those things about that is the reason that you don't see people watching local news, obviously, is because not a lot of people have cable anymore. But it almost seems like in some way that's kind of like baiting people to go local news. And local news, to be honest, is probably, I don't know, more factual than mainstream media. I don't know if I can prove that or not. But it seems like when you watch local news, there seems to be much more like just like, well, obviously local stuff, but the reporting seems a lot less tilted, right? Like a lot less left or right. It's just generally some people shot some people or somebody did something and then they hit the national news almost as an aside. So when you have that lady that's just sitting there and she's reading off the script or whatever, she's not even like adding the inflection, the tone, the cadence of speech that somebody like Fox News would. And I wonder if in some ways when you're like a 65-year-old or older person watching the local news and you're so used to it being more of a, hey, this shit just happened, and you'll hear something like that, whether or not it's actually more effective on that level. Because once again, you're kind of primed to the fact that local news tends to not have such a lean to it. It just seems really interesting. So we're going to watch a little bit more on this. That was just like David Pakman talking about that. I guess he kind of popped off on it first, but then John sent me some other stuff here from this person whose name is Suri. I don't want to mess up Suri's name, but I'm going to say Suri. And it's a Midas Touch report. This one's called The Former Sinclair Journalist Turns Against Corrupt Right Wing. And it's talking a little bit more into it. So we're going to cover this quite a bit today because this was all sent to me and I don't have a lot of knowledge about the subject and I wanted to inform myself. Like I said, I was just sitting here watching these videos anyway, so I figured why not turn on the camera and watch them with you guys and get your guys' points of view on this kind of stuff. So let me know what you guys think about this stuff. It's like I said, it feels like there's some strong brainwashing elements to this type of propaganda.
Hi, my name is Suri Crow, and I'm very excited to be joining the Midas Touch Network as a contributor. For the last nearly 20 years of my life, I've worked as a reporter and an anchor in television news in local TV news markets.
Arrives at the Vine Center tomorrow to take the stage behind me here. He will have Secret Service protection. He'll be the first of the Republican candidates to have this type of security detail, which means he is now officially high profile. Just to get inside the Longwood University perimeter is quite the security ordeal. If you look behind me here, you can see this is where all the media is clearing their gear. They have a K-9 officer.
I want to share my story with you today about what led me from working in corporate legacy media to going to independent media and why I think it's so important. And my hope is that by me sharing my story, it will give you a better understanding of how big media companies operate and that you in turn will be a better informed news consumer.
Cool.
All right. So journalism and the pursuit of truth are my absolute passions. I still tell people, if you were to cut me, I would bleed little stories.
I have to do horizontal right now until I get enough people following and people showing up to the horizontal for it to make a difference. Because right now I get 150, 200 people watching at all times on vertical, and horizontal wasn't doing as well. So we're just trying to get the word out there. And then one day the hope is to go back to horizontal, which I enjoy as well much more. Until we get to that point, I promise that I will record these live streams and then I will release them after the fact in horizontal. That's the best I can do right now. Some people can do horizontal and vertical, but unfortunately I live in a really fucking backwoods area and my internet is not strong enough to do both of those at the same time. My upload speeds are absolute garbage. So thanks for coming in and saying something, but that's kind of what we do. We work with what we have. We'll work with what we have.
Journalism, reporting stories. It's in my DNA. But my last position within a corporate news environment revealed to me that I needed to go a new direction. Okay, Sinclair Broadcasting Group is a right-wing media conglomerate. It owns close to 200 local news stations across the country under different network banners or affiliates. Like my former station is an ABC affiliate, but
I wonder if anybody knows this. Is Sinclair, so when Trump was president, he allowed the merger of Fox News with a bunch of other stuff. Is that the Sinclair group? I mean, I could just look that up. God, I should just look that up. I'll look it up in a minute.
Sinclair also owns CBS, NBC affiliates, etc. They cover about 40% of the country's news markets, local news markets. So it's a significant 40%. Imprint. Damn. I was a veteran journalist when I signed my contract with them, but little did I know what I was signing off on. Here are just a couple of articles that were written about me after I came to a bitter end of my 3-year ironclad, might I add, contract with Sinclair. While there, I consistently and accurately reported stories about climate change, gun violence, as well as the rise in white Christian nationalism, especially in the aftermath of Trump's election. And I also covered that 2016 presidential election. I was reporting in the middle of Trump, morphing from a failed casino owner and reality TV celebrity to a formidable presidential candidate. I remember one editorial meeting we had in 2016 at the station where producers and reporters were assessing the Republican field of candidates and figuring out who and where and what stories we would cover for the day or the week. At the time, many of us were sort of laughing off Trump as any serious threat to Hillary Clinton. But one of my bosses said quite presciently, don't write him off just yet. I think Trump might be a real player in this election.
What up, mama?
That comment struck me as a moment in time when our political universe just flipped on.
Yeah, during his time in office, Trump's the all-time high of Trump's antitrust legislation or litigation which was absolutely non-existent because Trump loves big corporations. That's why he gave them tax cuts for all of fucking eternity. He stopped CNN from merging and allowed Fox News to merge, which I've said before enriched Rupert Murdoch by multiple billions of dollars. And that's why, like, once again, I hear people when they say they want somebody different. I hear people when they say that they want to shake things up. You know, like, I understand, like, the mentality behind all that stuff, but the idea that Donald Trump is different, the idea that Donald Trump is not in the pocket of these people is mind-blowingly insane. And if I hadn't already watched so much of this, we're just talking about all this stuff potentially being like a brainwashing type of thing where they're just hearing the same script over and over again. If I hadn't already like seen all of that and known all of that, I would actually be pretty confused as to why people think Donald Trump is something that he isn't. But having watched all this stuff, it actually makes all the sense in the world that people believe that, because these are people that you could literally come outside, you could point at the sky, and you could say, that is blue. But if the news told them all day long, and Donald Trump told them all day long that the sky is green, they go, no, it isn't. They wouldn't even, what's that movie? Don't Look Up. They wouldn't even look up. And if you guys don't remember Don't Look Up, at the end of Don't Look Up, the idea behind Don't Look Up is this, like, you know, people living their lives believing that they don't need to look up, they don't need to see the problem. As long as they don't look up, then they don't have to worry about it. But in the end, and I'm gonna spoil this shit for you guys, nothing comes through. You know, it's even the left has this problem. Me and David Lipsky talked about it, that certain politicians on the left, when it comes to climate change, are waiting for a gadget or a solution to come through to fix climate change, instead of, you know, holding corporations accountable, instead of, you know, stopping flying all over the country in private jets, like, you know, like, and that's not just politician, that's, you know, down all the way down. People tend to wait for something to solve the problem for them. And Donald Trump, for most of these people, it's the same thing. They think he's the gadget. He's what's going to solve it. And if we aren't doing something, if we're not being the muckrakers, if we're not standing up and being activists and pointing out where this stuff is incorrect, then we're part of that problem. So I really appreciate John and everything he's doing. Thank you, John. I really appreciate it.
And it's accessed. So as the election year went on, I watched Trump get hours of live TV coverage on cable news and make appearances on mainstream morning programs, which is huge ratings. And his presence grew bigger. That's one of the key takeaways for me as a journalist that I got from that experience. Be careful what you amplify, because Trump was given millions of dollars of free political advertising on both network and cable TV, and that only helped him build his audience. I was at that Trump rally in Lynchburg, Virginia, when evangelical and at the time Liberty University president Jerry Falwell Jr. anointed Donald Trump as the candidate for the white evangelical voter bloc.
And once again, that's a straight... See, this is what I'm talking about. Donald Trump has nothing to do with Christianity. He's never been religious. I guarantee Donald Trump has never seen the inside of a church that he wasn't forced into going into. I would put $1,000 right now on Donald Trump has never gone to church when he had to. Let's see, what is Mama saying here? Let's see. If you want to shake things up, that doesn't happen at the presidential level. It happens at the state and legislatures and Congress. Exactly, Mama. Exactly. Ending Citizens United will remove corporate interests in our government. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's a good call. That's a good call, actually, Mama. Falwell is a swinger, so much for the Bible. Is that true? Is that real? Does Jerry Falwell be swinging on the weekends? I wouldn't doubt it.
Falwell Jr. Anointed Donald Trump as the candidate for the white evangelical voter bloc. This was a massive turning point in Trump's campaign. Secret Service agents roped us off into these reporter corrals, taking away our ability to freely cover the event, which I thought was really weird because I'd never experienced it before. I also witnessed the growing hostility toward the press that Trump continues to foment to this day. When I questioned Trump's Secret Service detail about the confinement of reporters behind these barricades, he responded, well, have you ever been treated like this at any other political campaign stop? And I was like, no. And his reply spoke volumes. He said, well, there's your answer. And that is when I knew we were headed into uncharted territory. I regularly went toe-to-toe with my bosses, asking that I just be able to do my job as a journalist.
Roach, he's going to blend
in
with that orange
Trump
suit.
Even though I was winning investigative reporting awards while working there, I was constantly threatened and badgered by management to follow the company narrative, or I would be further disciplined. In other words, get in line or else. It all began with a story I covered on climate change, where news management insisted on including the unscientific perspective of Donald Trump. And this was before he had assumed the presidency. He's just a right-wing guy running for president. They're like, you got to quote him. This false equivalence pattern was forced down reporters' throats, and subsequently our viewers, who I would wager most of them had no idea that there was this corporate narrative that was very slickly being embedded in their local news.
And one of the things about a person like this speaking out is there are avenues and lanes through lawsuits that if this lady is not telling the truth, she would potentially have to fight against. So a person coming out and speaking like this upon these subjects against something as big as the Sinclair Media Group, I mean, I'm going to lean towards the belief that what she's saying is correct, true, at least in her context, her, you know, her objectivity, what she saw, because, like I said, you're really actually taking a pretty big chance by going against something as large as the Sinclair Media Group and coming out and saying these things. If they aren't true, you're going to find yourself, you know, you're going to have a ton of lawsuits against you. And just for everyday average person, I'm guessing Surrey here isn't, you know, part of the 1%. Or even part of the 5% that, you know, is going to be able to afford the types of lawyers that you would need to fight, you know, defamation lawsuits and stuff against companies that big. So I'm going to lean towards what she's saying here is at least in her estimation, true.
Most of them had no idea that there was this corporate narrative that was very slickly being embedded in their local news consumption. We tilted negative bias in every story we covered about Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, I watched colleagues get promoted for nodding along in agreement with Trump. I later discovered that Sinclair had allegedly made a backdoor deal with the Trump campaign to provide him favorable coverage in the election run-up. It made my jaw drop.
Because they are
too dark. So
because they are too.
I was like, what are we doing? This is not good journalism. In 2017, I approached the then news director to express my growing concern about the boldness of the white nationalist movement in Virginia following Trump's election. And I told him that I thought it was a story that needed investigative reporting. I had even been personally threatened by one of these white supremacists. And so I felt an urge.
And see, once again, this is where this drives me nuts, because you don't have to come out against, say, the people in Virginia if you're Donald Trump, right? Or if you're Sinclair Media, even. You can sit there and you can say, hey, we're covering these things because we believe that there's something to be covered here. And I obviously believe you should be against the things that they believe. But, you know, as a journalist, you know, reporting on that doesn't necessarily show that you are for or against anything in that area. You're reporting on it. So I don't, you know, I really dislike the way our media has become this way. I was just reading the story the other day that Biden is mean to the media. He also dislikes the media because apparently journalists will try to ask him about Israel-Hamas. Journalists will try and ask him about his son's trial when he's speaking on the Ukraine-Russia. And though I can understand his adversity to going off topic, though I can understand that he wants to stay on topic and stuff, I also support the media's right to ask questions that are off topic in those areas. I think that it's not a very efficient structure to go all over the place with your questions and stuff like that. But I support a free journalism, because, you know, if you have people that are never going to answer those questions based off of, you know, who they pick or where they're going, and they're avoiding those conversations, then our media has to be able to ask questions that people don't like, right? And if we're not doing that, then we're not doing our job. And so it's mind-boggling to me that someone would come out to this person and be like, you can't cover that story. And I think the reason that they can do that is because the people that are reading those papers or watching that news are so brainwashed into believing that these things don't exist, that they don't have to worry about it. They don't have to worry that anybody's going to call them out for not covering that stuff. You know, it's crazy.
Urgency to report the story, but I was told that's not a relevant story, sorry. No, we're not going to do it. Meanwhile, that same news director was busy assigning reporters, you know, riveting stories about dangerous tricycles.
Yeah, dusted.
3 months after I proposed that exact story about investigating the white Christian neo-Nazi movement in Virginia, the neo-Nazi attacks occurred in Charlottesville, literally in our viewers' backyards. It burned me up to know that perhaps I could have shined a light on this before it got to that level. But I was gone soon after, and it was not a pleasant exit with management there. Big media corporations mean big dollars. So revenue drives the bottom line in legacy media companies, as do large corporate tax breaks, which we know are predominantly sponsored by Republicans.
That's what I'm saying.
And media empires are always looking to expand their audience because that means more advertising revenue. You might have seen this in action when CNN hired a conservative to run its news operations. Remember, CNN is owned by Time Warner, massive corporation. So ultimately, Chris Licht was fired after CNN was heavily criticized for hosting a disastrous town hall with Donald Trump this past year.
It was terrible.
Yet CNN, along with many other legacy media management, are averse to reporting views that their viewers or readers do not.
Speaking of being off topic, that town hall, do you guys remember that shit? Like the people, like when he was talking about abusing people, sexually assaulting people, and the fucking crowd was clapping. Like, that was kind of the beginning for me of just realizing how far gone people were. And we had, the video is somewhere on this channel. It's somewhere on this channel. It's not obviously that old. But that was kind of the beginning for me of like, wow, like I've seen all these crazy videos of people saying stupid shit like Joe Biden's a skin suit, Joe Biden's not in office, blah, 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 blah. All the crazy shit that they say, right? But to hear people applaud him, like talking down on a person that like accused him of abusing them, like that is so far-fetched. That is so out of the realm of logical thought that I was just like, holy shit. Like, regardless of who is the person accused, if someone is accused of something, and look, there's false accusations made, you still wouldn't clap and cheer for that person making fun or demeaning that person. That is literal brainwashing. When you are clapping and laughing at the jokes of somebody that is being accused of abusing somebody. If I remember right, he had actually been found guilty at that point, right? In the civil trial, not in the criminal trial, but in the civil trial. Like, that just shows like a level of fucking brainwashing that is only found in cults, man. It's only found in cults.
Want to hear why? Because viewer loyalty and numbers mean everything in the TV news game. Fox ended up paying nearly $790 million out in a settlement to Dominion, all because they didn't want to piss off their viewers. Like, ridiculous. Anyway, since my departure from corporate media, I have been disheartened by the practice of both siding in the legacy media landscape. For example, pay attention to the narratives that news outlets are painting. Take a look at this recent headline from Newsweek, where the once reputable news outlet is now quoting Donald Trump, a 4 times indicted, twice impeached insurrectionist ex-president who a jury found responsible for sexually assaulting a woman, is a credible source of leadership opinion on President Biden. Not to mention, he is the same guy who tried to overthrow our democratic form of government and stole classified government documents and refused to return them. We know this, enter Jack Smith. About a year ago, President Biden gave us...
And I think that's dissonance that even I have, is that when it comes to a former president, we kind of give them grace to the point that like something like that is still effective. Like, you can still say things in the media and people still quote them. You know, I'm not 100% for completely not covering Donald Trump, right? Like, I'm not for our news media just saying outright they will no longer, you know, quote anything he says or follow anything he says. But there is definitely something to be said about whether or not the things that he says are credible. You know, like, you have a dude he's a convicted felon on 34 counts. You have a dude that legitimately tried to overturn an election. You have a dude that was convicted of sexual abuse in a civil trial. You have a dude that has, you know, paid hush money to porn stars to cover it up so he doesn't lose an election. Like, you have a dude that has, 6 or 7 bankruptcies, multiple failed businesses. I just don't understand how anybody with any brain cells at all, I mean 2 or 3 at least, could possibly look at the things that Donald Trump says and go, oh, that's a legitimate source. Like, we call into account, like, people that have way less character flaws. Like, there are people that we put up on a stand and people are like, well, he's lied before, so, you know, we might not be able to trust him. And I'm usually with that. I'm like, oh, okay, well, you're right. He has lied before, so let's be careful. Let's make sure. You know, you throw Michael Cohen up there, you throw Avenatti up there on the witness stand, and I understand people saying, well, hold on, this guy has done bad things before. We should be aware of that. But you can't apply it to one and not the other, and you definitely can't apply it to a dude who's done one thing and not apply it to a guy who's done 300, 400 things. Like, that's probably not even an exaggeration. That's probably an under-exaggeration of how many things that Donald Trump has actually done. Didn't they actually do a thing where they said that Donald Trump lied over 30,000 times while he was in office? Like 30,000 times? If that's real, like, holy fuck. I don't know even like kids that dropped 30K in a 4-year period with wild ass imaginations. 30K in a 4-year period? Like, that should definitely make people think, oh, shit, I might need to, like, look into the shit he says. He might be lying. What the fuck is going on? I don't understand.
Is a credible source of leadership opinion on President Biden. Not to mention, he's the same guy who tried to overthrow our democratic form of government
lies more
and
than he
stole
tells the
classified
truth.
government documents and refused to return them. This interjection.
Should do something
About a year ago, President Biden gave a speech about the importance of preserving our democracy. And veteran reporter John Harwood said this in his last live shot for CNN before they fired him.
Of course, it was a political speech. We're in a midterm re-election year. The issues that he's talking about are inherently political. But I think it's also important to say that the core point he made in that political speech about a threat to democracy is true. Now, that's something that's not easy for us as journalists to say. We're brought up to believe there's two different political parties with different points of view, and we don't take sides in honest disagreements between them. But that's not what we're talking about. These are not honest disagreements. The Republican Party right now is led by a dishonest Democrat.
Solid. Because this is something I've been saying recently when people get mad at me because the whole point of the channel is to point out the extreme, right? The craziness. It's not meant to specifically be against conservatives. It's not specifically against Republican values. It's to point out the craziness. And people will come on here and they'll say, well, it's not okay that you're mocking these people. They're mentally ill or whatever. And I go, yeah, normally in any given situation, that you would be correct. You would be right. And I would agree with you. Like, people doing crazy shit. Sometimes you can have a little laugh at it, but you shouldn't be focusing on that. But in this situation, this is a outlier. This is a situation where these people are under what is considered, in my opinion, mass psychosis. They have gone through the ups and downs of calms and extremes to the point that now anything that they get fed, they consume and regurgitate. And I do believe that the appropriate thing to do is to mock it, because there is really only a couple ways that you can deal with extremism of this sort. And that is to reason with the people that are still reasonable and to mock the ones that aren't. Because people should look at somebody that is attempting that says crazy shit like, it's okay if Trump was a dictator for a day. Say crazy shit like, yeah, I don't know, Trump being a king wouldn't be the worst thing ever. People saying things like Trump should be allowed a third term if he wanted it. Like, those are things that should trigger a response of mockery from you, because they do not reside within the realm of sanity. You cannot sit here and tell me that I am not allowed to point at that person and go, that's fucking crazy, and make fun of it. And if you were coming on my channel and saying that, let's say a right-wing Republican is debating taxes and wants to talk about the use of our money and whether or not it's correct to go to Ukraine, I believe that's a good, let's have an argument. Let's have a debate. Let's talk about it. But if a person comes on my channel and says that, Hunter Biden's laptop has all this information, and then I clearly point out, no, it doesn't. It's never been proven. Republicans would have put him on trial and impeached him, Biden, if there were any connections. And it just go from gish gallop to gish gallop about crazy-ass conspiracy theories. That person isn't reasonable and should not be defined as, and I should be in the right to mock that person and say they legitimately do not get to have discourse in this area. And we should not take, we should take the threat seriously, but we shouldn't have to take their ideals seriously. And that's what this guy is saying is, generally, you're fucking right. When there is a disagreement between the left and the right, the media's job is to stand up there and report the facts. And that he is correct about. But he's also correct that when the right becomes so goddamn extreme and so goddamn manipulative, that it is not his job to play into that and be okay with it. It's not his job to tell people, well, you know, who knows? They could be right. No, he should point at it and say, that's fucking crazy.
Many Republicans are rallying behind his lies about the 2020
Good
election
job, right,
and other
Clay?
things
I
as
love
well.
that. I love
and
that. We are doing something
portion
right.
or a sufficient portion
I hit that
of the
30,000, didn't I?
constituency that they're
Damn good.
leading
What up,
attacked the
Spitfire?
Capitol on January 6th
Sorry if I
violently
miss anybody
by
up here ranting.
offering pardons or suggesting pardons for those people who violently attacked the Capitol, which you've been pointing out numerous times this morning. Donald Trump made Joe Biden's point for him.
Those comments are as true today as they were.
Yeah, and 100% what he's saying there about the January 6th thing, that's like one of the biggest pieces of evidence of the cognitive dissonance of current Trump supporters. And that is the idea that they go, well, you know, there's footage of these other people that were peacefully protesting and stuff. Okay, did those people go to prison? No. But did the prison people that broke into the Capitol building, the people that broke windows, that assaulted police officers, that threatened to hang Mike Pence, whatever, did those people go to prison? Yes, or at least some of them did. The ones they caught. Is it logical to believe that there were people there that were peacefully protesting that went, oh shit, this has gone too far and I'm leaving, and those people not being prosecuted is right? Yes. Is it also logical to think that the people that went into the Capitol building, that broke into the Capitol building, I'd like to remind people, they were trespassing. They broke windows. They assaulted police officers. Does it make sense that those people went to jail and deserve to be in jail? Yes. And then when a presidential candidate stands up there and tells you those people don't deserve to be in prison, that should trigger a effect in your brain that goes, hold on, that doesn't make sense. Because once again, all you have to do is put Biden supporters in the place of Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, put Biden supporters there at January 6th, and they assault police officers, they break windows, they go into Nancy's I guess it would be Marjorie Taylor Greene's office and smoke joints and shit on her desk or whatever, they steal her laptop. And you can't tell me that you wouldn't say those people belong in prison, and that if Joe Biden stood up there and said, hey, you know what, I'm going to pardon those people because they're not rioters, they're patriots, that you wouldn't be upset. This is what I'm fucking saying. All you have to do is do that one mental exercise, and it proves that you have a logical fallacy, that what you believe is, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Because, let's take this for instance. Some people have lately been talking about Don Jr. owning guns, and whether or not Don Jr. used to be a cokehead. Well, why does Don Jr. get to own a gun, but Hunter Biden can't? And I pointed this out before. I'm for the laws we have in place. I'm for people being prosecuted by the laws that we have in place. Hunter Biden seems okay. He knows he fucked up. He knows his life has been fucked up. He seems to be going, I'm going to take what I got so I can get past this and be a better person. That's the hope, right? We're giving the dude grace. So now, do the mental exercise. Don Jr. gets put in that place. Do I feel the same way about it? Well, I still feel the same way about the law. And I still feel the same way if he pats his fucking lawyer on the back and hugs him. If Hunter Biden stood up and said that trial was rigged, and he probably has a better ability to do it than fucking Don Jr. would, because they want his ass in prison. They want to prove to America that Joe Biden and his whole family are totally evil and corrupt. If he stood up and said it was rigged, I'd be like, bro, come on. We're not those people. That was a jury of your peers. Do I agree with the law? Nah, I don't really agree with the law. I think the law is kind of shit, and that's coming from a person that believes in common sense gun laws. I don't know that that's a common sense gun law, because nobody in America can own guns if the bar is you can't smoke weed, you can't do any drug, you can't be addicted to anything. That is all of America. You are either smoking weed, doing pharmaceuticals, drinking alcohol, and I've said this before. I'd rather a motherfucker smoking weed have a gun than a motherfucker drinking alcohol have a gun, because all somebody with a gun smoking weed is going to do is shoot themselves in the foot.
A year ago. Just look at the absolute chaos that the Republican Party is in right now. I love this Dan Rather quote. I actually love all Dan Rather quotes.
Yeah,
but
imagine
this one
what
says,
happened in
a general
Congress
note that false equivalence is very different from fairness. He's correct.
None of those
Journalists
motherfuckers would
need
have
to be
anything.
fair, but we should not elevate falsehoods in an attempt to appear balanced. That's just no. So what do you do to ensure that you're getting accurate information? First of all, expand
you
your
waited
news
5
menu.
minutes to post that
it's like,
dumb
just don't
shit.
eat one food all the time. Expand, look around, and make sure that you're going to reputable sources
Don't
with
spam it.
reporters
Don't
who have
spam,
proven
Dave.
track
I don't
records,
wanna ban
that they
you,
are
but I
showing
will
you
for
how they got
spam.
the
Don't
information. Here's the source of information, and you can track it
I know
down
you're
to
all
credibility.
fucked up in the head, brother.
Hear
but
different and varying
I don't wanna
takes on the
ban
news
you.
of the day. If all you are reading or listening to is stuff that you totally agree with, take
Watch, Dave's
stock
about to say,
and
ban
look
me,
for
because they're the
differing
biggest victims in the fucking
perspectives.
world.
This is
What up,
so
Nathan?
important right now with what's happening in the Middle East, where misinformation is flying all over social media. In fact, don't take social media posts from your cousin or your best friend's mom as fact until it's been.
They're the biggest self-tattlers in the world. Dave, we don't talk about hurting children on my channel. Bye, Dave. Yeah, see? How many times, guys? How many times have we seen it? How many times have we watched a conservative come in here and they can't not talk about hurting children, dude? It's everything that they're centered around. They think about this supposed thing that's happening. They can't not do it, man. All you have to do is not talk about harming children. All you have to do is not tell people to harm themselves or say you're going to harm them. And they can't exist in this chat with those rules. 3 simple rules. Don't tell people to harm themselves. Don't say you're going to harm somebody else. And don't talk about harming children. And there are very few conservatives in these conversations in this chat because they all get banned because they can't not talk about those things. That speaks to your character. That speaks to who you are as a person. You are the problem. And it's all projection.
And a proven source. This is called critical thinking, and it is something that Republicans do not want Americans to have. And so do large corporations, in fact. They want you to kind of be on the bandwagon with what they're providing. Listen, the safeguarding of democracy is at stake. I think most of you who would be watching this video know that. Journalists are the watchers on the wall, defenders of truth and democracy. I take this job so seriously. However, the reality is that...
And what has MAGA done? They attack journalists. They tell you shouldn't trust journalists. They know the only journalist that you should watch. Like, regardless of the fact that, like, I watch Ben Shapiro, watch Dave Rubin, I get TikToks from conspiracy theorists sent to me every fucking day, like, ad nauseum, en masse. So many of them. And I watch them all. I watch shit about Fauci being evil. I watch shit about Joe Biden's crime family. Like, all this stuff that these people send me. But they never once watch anything from the other side. Because they don't think these journalists are bad people because they've seen things that they've done that actually legitimately could bring them to that conclusion. No. They don't like these journalists because they disagree with the narrative that they have sold themselves, that Donald Trump has sold them, that these supposed independent journalists have sold them. And it breaks their reality. If they have to believe that one of these journalists is not a bad person, that they're not out for their own fucking enrichment, then that shatters their entire reality. And they can't do that. They are neck deep.
Most legacy media outlets are corporate owned and far from liberal for the reasons I explained earlier. I know that is not the narrative that we're constantly being fed, the liberal left-leaning media. But the truth is, it's not left-leaning liberal media all the time. We are in a perilous time, so we need honest reporting as much as we ever have.
And when a right-wing publication like Lincoln Project comes out, or when a right-wing publication like Fox News says something bad about Donald Trump, people just immediately say, well, yeah, that's because the left has gotten to them. Sometimes, I keep saying this, when people talk about the Israel-Hamas conflict with Joe Biden, I am 100% in support of the people saying that they disagree with Joe Biden. I just said a minute ago, when those reporters are sitting there saying, you know, Joe Biden says we're talking about Ukraine, Russia right now, and somebody goes, well, I want to talk about Israel-Hamas. I agree that on one side, Joe Biden wants to keep it on topic, but I also agree that that journalist has every single right to bring up a subject that is important to the American people. Doesn't matter what side you land on, whether you're pro-Palestinian or you're pro-Israel, or you just care about the conflict in a manner of you hope that the best possible outcome can come from this with America's help or influence. It's important that we do that. And if we have, let's say, a left-wing media company that disagrees with our point of view, that doesn't make them right-wing. That doesn't mean the right got to them. That means they're literally doing their job. They're saying, hey, these are my opinions. This is what I've gathered from the facts and evidence that I've brought around. And are there hacks? Of course there's hacks. There's politicians that are good people. There's politicians that are corrupt people. There are journalists that are really fucking good journalists, and there are journalists that are hacks. But at the end, you can't possibly believe that everybody on your side everybody's right and everybody on the other side is completely wrong and never right. You know, like that it just doesn't, make sense.
Initially, it was really scary for me to step away from corporate news.
I watched the
because that was
first
the
one
only
last night,
world that
but
I
I was
ever knew.
pretty tired.
But I
think
believe that
watch it
independent
again.
networks like the Midas Touch Network are the way
That
forward
was
to
for He
getting
Hurts.
accurate information
What up,
in
Randy?
a time of nonstop mis and disinformation.
Yeah, Randy, the media
the
is
way that
too
facts
liberal.
and evidence are laid
Yes.
out for you here.
To Trump,
As
if
they
anything.
say, and I completely agree, the truth is golden. So
That
that's
shit
my
should be
story. I hope it
flashed
helps you
across
out
the
and
screen,
feel a bit
Mama.
more
Like, it should say it
informed when
over
you're
and over.
watching large corporate legacy media. I'm not saying throw it out completely, but just be aware that there could be underlying narratives, and the reporters often have no control over that. So thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you right back here on the Midas Touch Network. Peace.
Okay.
Hey, Midas Mighty, love this report? Continue the conversation by following us on Instagram
Don't forget to follow Midas Touch. We're doing this in a nice method here. We got what it was. David Pakman explained to us what it was. We got this Siri person from the Midas Touch coming on and explaining her background. And now we're gonna watch the third video, which is this David Pakman. No, this is Midas Touch as well. It looks like he's using a David Pakman clip. So, reporter who ditched Sinclair shares how Trump exploits media. So this is the third video in this series that John sent me. We're gonna watch this one as well, and then we're gonna move on to some other stuff. But I felt like this was pretty important. I think this is a type of thing that you have to be aware of. Like, the best way to stop a crime is to be aware of the crime, right? Like, be aware of what could lead to it happening. And this is what kind of drives, I think, the wedge between the right and the left, is the right wants the crime to happen, and then maybe they'll do something about it. Whereas I think the left has always been more of, let's try to make the crime not happen. Let's be aware of the things. Let's put boundaries and rules on society to say these are inappropriate things that can lead to these crimes. And I think oftentimes we find balance between those two things. But for anybody that's ever been a victim of a crime, you know how much it sucks to know that it's going to happen, to report that to police, and the police tell you they can't do anything about it. And then when it does happen, then the police finally step in. It's not a great feeling, and you can understand why the left feels so strongly about putting rules and legislation on the books to prevent things from happening before they happen. I think that we have a real divide on that subject, and obviously when you have the extremes of the right, you know, getting their voice added into all that, it just makes it that more polarizing.
Charlie, let's pick up a conversation you and I started a week ago Friday about the role of the media. Trump is re-upping some of his dirtiest smears against the media, calling the networks of NBC and MSNBC, owned by our parent company Comcast, enemies of the people, again accusing them of being against the country. Your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, no, Titus is after this, Mike.
Well, you know,
watch Titus.
What I suggested, I think it was a week ago, is that the news media has not yet figured out how to handle Donald Trump. He's not a normal candidate. This is totally abnormal. And yet there is that impulse that, okay, if, you know, he's the front runner, we have to cover.
And I'll even, this is where the journalism, this is where media deserves grace. Because there's a part of me that every time that the media covers something, Trump, or back in 2016 when they were covering him all day, every day, and I understood that it was all for money and it was all for ratings, that I would get so upset. Like, stop. Like, and back then he hadn't obviously even done all the things that he did in the next 4 years, and specifically in the COVID era. And I was still like, please, I understand that you guys are making money off this shit, but this is disgusting. But in this case, I think we do need to give journalism some grace, because I don't think they ever covered somebody like Donald Trump. They definitely never covered anybody like Donald Trump in the era that we live in, where the 24-hour news cycle, internet, 15-second TikToks, all that stuff took over, and people's brains are ADHD where they can't stay on topic. I think we have to give them a little bit of grace, but we also have to hold them accountable and say enough is enough. Like, you've had enough time to figure this shit out. I get that this is difficult, but you guys, by now, you are either for helping America heal, or you are pro making money off of its division.
Cover him. Yeah, you have to cover him, but you have to give him free airtime. You have to platform his fire hose of disinformation and
that's
malice.
What you should see in the
How
National
do you
Enquirer.
deal with someone who lies
But you won't, because they'll buy that story.
Or this volubly, or who poses such a threat to democratic norms? Do you treat him like every other candidate?
The answer is no, you don't cover Donald Trump like you would any other candidate. Hi, my name is Suri Crow. I'm a journalist and contributor here on the Midas Touch Network. And the clip you just listened to is from conservative commentator and publisher Charlie Sykes, who is talking about the fact that the mainstream media has yet to really figure this conundrum of how to cover someone like Trump.
But like I said, this is the conundrum for media right now. How do we continue to benefit financially from Trump's existence, but at the same time convince people that we're still for the people and we're not just going to sell them down the river for ratings and financial gain? And the answer to that is probably fucking, I don't know, be better people. You've got enough fucking money. Do you need that much money? How about you do something altruistically? I think that would, you know, how about you cover it honestly? How about instead of turning it into a National Enquirer story, how about you cover it with facts and check the things that he says and talk about where he's incorrect or where he is correct? I think that is, I mean, we are literally going to just sell our future. And none of us are getting any of the money for that. They are selling the future of America, because just like I said about Republicans with crime, they just want now. They want their money now. And they want to have their money later and in the past. They want all the money, and they don't care what they have to do to get it. That's the conundrum. Be a good fucking person and do something altruistically, or sell America down the fucking road because you want fucking ratings and clout.
Firstly, let me tell you this, that we need big legacy mainstream media. The CNNs, the networks, the CBSs, the NBCs, the ABCs, the New York Times, and the Washington Post. Not only because they have some incredible journalists, but moreover, they have deep resources to deploy to news coverage. There's a huge difference between local news outlets, which are often operating on a bare bones budget with minimum staff. And I can tell you that from personal experience, that as corporations purchased more and more local TV news outlets, they trim resources to make their bottom line more profitable, which means that reporters are now required to do so much more than they used to. For example, when I started in TV news, it was just go out and report the story, which is, trust me, really hard. Again, because you're often not just covering one story. By the time I left local TV news, it was go report the story, immediately at the scene, put it on blast on social media when you're still trying to figure out what the facts are of the story, interview people to get exactly what's going on.
Which is another huge problem with media nowadays. And we covered this when we talked about the Baltimore Bridge collapse. And that there is a race to be first now. But that race has gotten even worse than it was, say, in 2016. Because now it isn't just Fox News racing CNN to get out and get their spin on the story out first. But it's also, you have these like conspiracy types that are attempting to be even more bombastic and crazier with their ideas about what would happen or what has happened. And a lot of this stuff just comes out and is immediately consumed by every single person and then regurgitated before any facts have actually came out about the case. One of the things that happened was when Donald Trump was found guilty on the 34 counts, I reported the things that I knew that were true. And if you guys want to watch that video, you can go watch it and you can tell me whether or not I was right or not. But I reported the things that I knew were true. And then I said to myself, I didn't feel good that day, so it helped. But I said to myself, should I get on stream now and talk about this, or should I wait a couple days? Should I wait for the information to come through and then have a better, outlook on all the facts and be able to discuss it in a much more like a truthful fashion? And that's what I chose to do. And I know that, like, for the most part, like financially speaking, not that I make any money, but financially speaking, that's the bad idea, right? Like waiting for the facts to come out, talking about it as the 5th, 6th, 7th person is not financially gainful. Like it is more of a financial gain to be wrong, to say things that are bombastic, to claim to know things that you don't know, than it is to wait 2 or 3 days, get as many facts as you can, and then speak to it as well as you can. That's the wrong way to do media nowadays, but it's the way you should do it. People should, this idea that we have people going to scenes reporting this person's racist, this person did this person did that, and then 2 days later, what was it recently, that guy, it blew up on the internet. The guy was driving in his car and the judge phoned into him, zoomed into him for the court case, and all the headlines were the man had a court trial where he had lost his license, and he was caught driving, so it like blew up. There's videos everywhere, right? Everybody's watching them. I didn't watch it, to be honest with you. Haven't even watched it. So the next thing that happens is a week later, they say, oh, it turns out, no, the dude did have a license. There was just, he had reapplied for it, but something happened and he didn't get it. And then a week fucking later, it comes out, no, he didn't have one. In fact, he's never had a license. And it's like, holy shit, not that fucking story matters, but the way that it was covered by the internet, covered by media outlets, this was covered on Fox News and CNN. That's so fucking stupid, but it was. The way that it was covered is the prime example of what the fuck is wrong, is people want every day something has to entertain their ADHD brain. And if you don't, then you're falling behind and you don't get to be financially successful. I mean, there's a point where in my show where I've asked myself, should I be on every single day? But I have a life, I have a family, I have a job. Like I'm not throwing those things away so that way I can be on here. I'm not throwing those away for popularity or financial gain. Like, I love those things. Those are what's important to me. I like science. I like thinking about other things than politics. You know? And it's like, this is a real problem. It's a real problem, and we've got to do something on our part to make it better.
TV news, it was go report the story, immediately at the scene, put it on blast on social media when you're still trying to figure out what the facts are of the story, interview people to get exactly what's going on. And then in many cases, reporters are also asked to be their own videographer to shoot and then edit the story. And then, of course, you write the story. Then if you're going live, you do that. And then at the end of your 12 to 13 or 14 hour workday, then you're expected to come back and publish it on the station's website. So that is a breakneck pace that wears out even the hardiest.
I love talking about politics too, Mama, but I like talking about lots of things.
It's exhausting. Big legacy media companies, on the other hand, employ more staff, which allows them to cover topics on a much deeper, much more intensive level. They have big investigative news units, which is great. Sadly, many investigative news units have been cut out of local news outlets for the reasons I mentioned earlier. They profit. That's what runs the show. And it's sad. But anyway, many local newspapers have also shuttered because they just couldn't compete with large corporate media. All of this to say is that a local news reporter trying to turn anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 stories a day is not going to be able to keep up with the fire hose of lies and disinformation coming from someone like Trump. And that is intentional. Trump.
Exactly, Mama. Somebody earlier asked me why I don't post these horizontally, and that's because of exactly what you said. Nobody can watch a 5-minute video anymore. It's like too long for them. And so generally the way people look at the horizontal videos are as being longer form videos. And so it gets less clicks. It gets less people coming through. If I post it on the vertical, which is made for people that have shorter attention spans, that want to see quicker, less than 1 minute clips of stuff, I'm not shitting you, I get 30,000, 20,000 times the views that I normally get, or 2,000, 10,000 times more than normal views that I normally get, because I'll get 100 to 200 views on a horizontal, where I'll get 20,000, 25,000 on a vertical. And that speaks to that. And I think this is something we need to be aware of in our own personal life. Hertz has talked to me a little bit about cognitive behavioral therapy and other things. But cognitive behavioral therapy is something that every person should practice. And that is, when you notice yourself doing those things, you should stop yourself and do something different. Like with my kids, I'm like, don't sit there and scroll, man. Like, do something that you love. My daughter loves art. I'm like, do art. Don't, give yourself an hour or whatever. Fucking scroll. Have a good time. But if you notice that you are constantly on your phone scrolling, there needs to come to a point where you stop yourself and say, this is not healthy for me, and it's not healthy for the people around me, and I should do something different.
Lies and disinformation coming from someone like Trump, and that is intentional. Trump lieutenant and complete toady Steve Bannon once admitted that the strategy behind getting Trump elected was flood the zone with shit.
Yeah.
This is how propaganda works.
They can just tell
overwhelm
you. They can tell you
with a fire hose. I don't like going to Truth Social at all because it is exactly that, a flood zone of shit and lies. But it is in those nonstop disinformation posts in Trump's feed that I discovered that he is threatening to dismantle Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, which provides health care to 40 million Americans. He's, of course, saying that he'll find a replacement for it, but that's a lie. The Republican Party as a whole has never come up with an alternative to the now very popular Affordable Care Act. He's also, remember when he was in office, he said he was going to improve America's infrastructure, rebuild all the airports and roads and bridges. Of course, he never did. It was another one of his lies. And it is now thanks to the Biden administration that America's roads, railway systems, airports are being rebuilt. Thank you, President Biden, not Trump. Also on his feed, I discovered that he has been, before the gag order was reinstated, he was doxing New York Civil Court Judge Arthur Engoron's family including naming posts where it wasn't even Judge Engoron's wife, as well as his chief law clerk, inciting his mob followers to harass them.
Or worse.
It makes my head spin to go on there. And that is exactly the way he and the MAGA mob want.
And this is where they've reached. So years ago, if you told somebody that a political figure was doxing, which is putting out the personal information of somebody that you dislike, I would hope it would be somebody that you dislike. I don't think people are doing this to their friends. But if you told somebody 8 years, 10 years ago that a political figure was putting out the personal information of the people that they don't like, that would be a huge story. We would all be like, what? No way. That can't be true. But nowadays, the type of people that are following Donald Trump are the type of people that go, yeah, that's good, actually. He should do that. Those people deserve what they get. That's an insane mentality. I try to remind people that in America, it's like living with roommates, right? It's not always fun. You don't always like the people that you live here with. Some of them are loud. Some of them like different music than you. Some of them are religious, or, you don't agree with their sexuality, whatever it is. But if you want to move out of this apartment, you can't afford any other apartment. So you're kind of stuck here. So you got to find a way to live with each other. And you can't do that by doing things like saying like, well, that, you know what? It's appropriate because I hate that motherfucker. And you know what? It's like you don't even know the roommate. They never come out of the room and you're like, whatever, I don't care. This dude told me some things about that guy and he deserves whatever he gets. Like, this would be a huge deal. And for some reason, there is a group of people in our political sphere that are like, no, that's what they get. This shouldn't exist, man.
My head spin to go on there. And that is exactly the way he and the MAGA mob wants it. Today, he's attacking New York Attorney General Letitia James in a series of racist and misogynistic posts.
Here, I'll go back a little bit.
Just them. It makes my head spin to go on there. And that is exactly the way he and the MAGA mob wants it. Today, he's attacking New York Attorney General Letitia James in a series of racist and misogynistic posts. Just on brand for him. Trump and his MAGA mob blast lies into the media ecostream to intentionally overwhelm the public. Listen to Lawrence O'Donnell, who is a host on MSNBC, talk about Trump's intentional strategy here.
We can't save you from being tagged in a fail video.
No way I'm sharing Optimums.
The American news media's failure to rise to the challenge of Donald Trump started in 2011 and has never stopped. I alone at the time said then that he was lying about sending people to Hawaii to investigate the birth certificate.
Dude, he lies so much, it's hard to remember all the bullshit he said. And I plan on making a video soon about all the crazy shit he said and did during that time. Because of the fact that, like, I started thinking about this in my last video that I'm still fighting a dispute on. That's why there's no MAGA Meltdown this Friday. But I went back and re-researched some of the things that he said, and I was like, dude, there's so much that I, like, forget. He said he was going to send people to Hawaii to investigate Obama's birth certificate. Good. Once again, if people said this, like, I guess it's not 10 years anymore. I guess it's 20 years. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if people said these types of things, like, this would be a big story. And now it's just everyday news. He just says it so much that everybody is just, at this point, they're just used to it. They're so used to Donald Trump saying hyperbolic and bombastic shit that they're just like, well, yeah, he doesn't really mean it. Or they're like, yeah, he did mean it, but, like, it worked out the way I wanted it to. They did find out that he was. And it's like, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. It's fucking insane.
Trump was surely amazed that he was able to get away with that kind of lie at the time. But he quickly learned how weak TV news could be in the real-time fact-checking, and he relies on that weakness to this day.
You like that that's up there, Mike?
The news media is going to fail again in covering the Trump
keep a
presidency.
secret.
Now, I personally believe that Trump got way too much airtime in the run-up to the 2016 election, and I think that's sort of how we got here. He was just...
But I think that that's the point. Is I think people were so surprised that Trump was willing to go there that the media was giddy. I think that they were like, holy shit, look at, whoa, can you believe he's saying these things? And they let the National Enquirer type of story infest news media. They were so giddy, so excited by these things. It's like hearing gossip in the office. Did you hear that Ryan had an affair with Pam? And you're like, oh my God, really? And like, I'm like a kind of an anti-gossip person. Like, things will happen in my store where I have to like remove something because they do something crazy. The other day I had a guy who literally jumped off his bike in my parking lot and flung it, and it ghost rode all the way out into a couple lanes of traffic. And everybody wants to know, what was that about? What was that? It's that bit of excitement that in your normal day. And I was like, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna talk to 10 different people about the thing that happened. But most people aren't like that. Most people want to go from person to person, retelling the story and telling them how crazy it was. Oh, and then each time it's getting bigger and badder. And that's because you're getting the attention. You're feeling that look at me status of I've got something that everybody wants. And even if it's just for 5 minutes, you feel so good about it. And that just like really doesn't appeal to me. I get annoyed actually by the second or third person that's like, hey, what happened? I saw it going on out there. And I literally will just cut the story into, yeah, just some crazy dude. I had to kick him out. You know, because I don't want to fucking talk about it. But that's what the media did, is the media was like, he's lying. Wow, that's crazy. He's saying these crazy things about Obama. Man, that's crazy. We got to tell everybody about this. And they knew that it generated financial means and status.
Now, I personally believe that Trump got way too much airtime in the run-up to the 2016 election, and I think that's sort of how we got here. He was just platformed by legacy media.
Because
but even then, the mainstream media did not come down hard enough in terms of reporting on, for example, Trump's lies about President Barack Obama's birth certificate.
And that's acceptable, Mama.
It was never, in my opinion, reported accurately as the full-blown racist and xenophobic attack that it was. And now he's threatening to take away health care from 40 million Americans. And that was not a big story when he said it. So this is my point.
No, because they don't take
we
him
need
seriously.
the mainstream media to pick up the pace, but we also need as many legitimate, accurate journalists out there covering all of this.
Yes.
And one of those journalists is Brian Klaas, who is a writer for The Atlantic, which, in my opinion, is doing some of the best journalism out there right now. Klaas recently wrote this in a Substack regarding Trump coverage in 2024. Here's what Klaas says. I hope others in the press listen. Bombarded by a constant stream of deranged authoritarian extremism from a man who might soon return to the presidency.
This is what I'm saying.
We've lost all sense of scale and perspective, but neither the American press nor the public can afford to be lulled. The man who, as president, incited a violent attack on the U.S. Capitol in order to overturn an election is again openly fomenting political violence while explicitly endorsing authoritarian strategies should he return to power. That is the story of the 2024 election. Everything else is window dressing.
And that's what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it's like abuse. It's like the more you take, the more you get used to it, the less that you see it for what it is, right? And when you have entered this society that is already being constantly bombarded with the extreme, with the fantastic, even, you know, on a technological side, we're constantly making these huge leaps in technology that are surprising, and you almost get to a point where you're desensitized. You don't think that anything is really that crazy anymore. And now we're being made aware of, you know, it used to be you would know the one crazy person in your neighborhood, or the dude that stood on the street corner and yelled at cars, or the crazy guy in the wheelchair rolling down the middle of the street yelling at people. But now it's like over and over and over and over again. And that's why I think it needs to be mocked, not be created to be this like normal thing that you see all the time. It shouldn't be normalized. It should be mocked. It should be shown to be what it is. It should be shown to be crazy. It should be shown to be fantastical, these ideas that people have of Biden being somebody else and all that stuff. Those things should be mocked and shown that they are not normal, that they are far outside the norms, and they shouldn't be made media. They shouldn't be made something that is reported on in a way that is serious. They should be on fucking The Daily Show. That's where you should see stuff like this. And I said this like 10, 12 years ago. When you go to The Daily Show and you end up getting better information, more accurate information than you do from the bigger news outlets out there, that's when you know society is failing. There's that old clip of Jon Stewart going on Tucker Carlson's Crossfire when he was on CNN with the other dude. I forget the other dude's name. And Tucker Carlson like going, well, let's talk about some of the things you cover. And Jon Stewart goes, yeah, let's talk about it. I work for a comedy show. The point is to make people laugh at dumb shit. You are on a news media outlet. You should not be comparing my shit and your shit.
I couldn't agree more. Speaking of The Atlantic, their January-February edition is dedicated solely to the day.
Do I ever take a break? I was just talking about this, Florida. I take breaks from politics all the time. This is just what I do on these days. But no, I like talking about lots of stuff. And that's why we're going to actually get to the righteous mind here in a minute after all of this stuff. And after we watch Mike's video that he wants to watch. Because I'm a man of the people. All right. But yes, I do talk about other things. News isn't fake. News is like everything. There are things that are real and there are things that are fake. There are things that are accurate and there are things that are inaccurate. The problem with everybody in society is that everybody wants to boil things down to these easy to consume terminology, or down to easily consumed terminology, because it's really that much easier to take in more stuff faster. But really what it comes down to, almost every one of these topics, whether it's the economy, whether or not it's the border, whether it's electing a person, whether it's, is it okay to mock crazy Trump supporters, whether or not the news is fake, is that is actually incredibly complicated and very nuanced. Because you can't blanket things with one term and conceive that all of that is what you believe it is. Instead, you have to look at it from different angles to find the nuances within the subject, to break it down to its components, to then say to yourself, oh, I can see where sometimes I need to critically think about these things because they could be being fed to me in a way that is bad faith. Or did that person do that because they're trying to be the first to the stream and benefit financially, and they don't have these negative connotations behind what they're doing, but they are still wrong? There is a spectrum to almost everything. And this is my continued argument with so many people, is that when you try to boil it down to simplistic terms, you are taking away the very ability to understand the subject.
Damage and destruction that will befall America if Trump gets back into power. In 2016, many of these same writers and contributors accurately predicted much of the chaos and damage that Trump would in turn cause. And in this issue, they break it down topic by topic. It is a must read, in my opinion, and I think it's a great holiday gift or stocking stuffer for the MAGA member in your family or friend circle. I've got an idea to maybe surprise a few mailbox.
If you want a prime example of why I harp on the crazier QAnon and MAGA Trump supporters, and why I've tried to point out multiple times that that's what this channel is about, then this is exactly that. You really have a bunch of people, specifically in QAnon, and then what you maybe can consider QAnon adjacent thinking, which is like conservatives that have kind of like fallen close to the QAnon ideas but not joined the cult. And they've said this: when Donald Trump is gone, they will never vote again. That there is no better example of boiling down things down to the most simplistic terms than, I don't want to vote, I just want to vote for Trump. And then if you try to advance any further into that conversation with these people, it's all appeals to emotion. None of it is based in logic. None of it is based in legislation or factual evidence. It's all just appeals to emotion. Biden did this, or Trump's going to stop this, or, if we don't do this, this is going to happen. And that's the QAnon mentality, is I don't want to have to think about the different layers of what makes a person a good leader or a good president. Instead, I want this person that appeals to me emotionally, and after he's gone, I'll never vote again. It's the perfect example.
Boxes of people I know. So here is my take-home point. We cannot become numb. Oh, it's just Trump being Trump. This is just what he does now. No. Because he's very dangerous. Yes, he looks like an orange clown, but he remains a huge threat and danger to our American way of life. The constant blast of chaos that Donald Trump creates can feel so exhausting. Trust me, I know it. But fascists want us to give up and just check out. Don't. Anybody from the MAGA extreme, and keep in mind that Donald Trump is telling us what he will do. He has outlined it in Project 2025, and he says it every day, everywhere he goes. He's telling us what he will do. Create concentration camps, get rid of healthcare, possibly imprison journalists and press outlets that he doesn't care for. Anyone critical of Trump will not be allowed to stay, because this time if Trump gets back in, he's bringing with him a well-oiled machine of MAGA loyalists who will be far more effective.
And I'll even say this. I'll show you that I'm doing my best to be that person too, is that unfortunately, and I know you guys are going to hate me for this, I'm still that person. I'm still that person that believes in our institutions. I'm still that person that believes in our senators and our congressmen. I'm still that person that believes that they will be our buffer between us and Donald Trump if he's elected. I do think that a lot of this shit that he says is hyperbolic because it gets people worked up. I do still believe that Donald Trump has enough sense to know that if he burns the country down, that he's burning it down around himself and his own children. I have to hope that, and I know that there's a lot of people in my chat that are going to disagree with me saying that. But I still want to have faith in the institutions, and I still want to have faith in people like Jamie Raskin, like Katie Porter, like Bernie Sanders, that they will not let them do this. So I will disagree with her on that. But I don't disagree with what she was just about to say, and we'll replay that. I disagree with her on that, and I think that we still have to have faith in those. I mean, you should get out and vote and make it not a question. Also, at the same time, I was wrong about a lot of shit that Trump said that he was going to do going into 2016, and I said he wasn't going to try it, and he did it. So I also could be completely fucking wrong about what I just said. Trump
will not be allowed to stay, because this time if Trump gets back in, he's bringing with him well-oiled machine of MAGA loyalists who will be far more effective in getting his agenda done. The last time we had people in the Trump administration who still, thank God, adhered to the Constitution and the rule of law.
Yeah, so actually that's what she's getting to right now, Dusted, right? So that's what I was trying to say, is that I do agree. So this is where I do agree. So if Trump, and he's very narcissistic, he has incredibly narcissistic traits. If Trump gets into office and is allowed the ability to, remove whoever he wants, put whoever he wants in, then that's where I could be wrong. I can be wrong about this. And I know probably you guys are probably closer to being correct about this than I am, because I have been wrong before about his ability to do certain things. And you're probably sitting there going, then why the fuck wouldn't you just say that you're wrong and that you should believe these things? And that's because, like I said, I still want to have, I am holding on to the optimism like it's a fucking lifesaver. Like it's that fucking door in Titanic. But I kind of feel like Trump's the girl on the door and I'm the one fucking hanging off about to die. So, yeah, if he gets in office and he's able to handpick the people that are coming in with him and he's able to put toadies around him, that will just do whatever he says. My one caveat to that, the one thing I will say, is that most often in scenarios where you put people that are not capable of doing their jobs, they're actually more of a bane than a boon. Because when you have a bunch of people that are mostly interested only in the self, which would be the people that Donald Trump most likely surrounds himself with, they're the people that probably say yes to him in person, but then do the Tim Scott move of taking donations in his name that they're taking 95% of, is that generally in those types of businesses, those types of groups, you're going to end up with them eating themselves. And I don't think that that's good for America. I'm not saying that at all. But I do think that that may also be a boundary that is placed upon his ability to do the things that maybe he would want to do. The question is, you know, like when we vote come November, do you just vote for president, or do you vote for senators and congresspeople and everybody that's up for election? Because the people that are stopping at just voting for somebody that isn't Trump and not voting down ballot on people that would stop Trump if he got in office, those, you're fucking up. You can't just vote for the president. I know it's the main event and the undercard is boring, but this year the undercard is fire, and you should be watching all of it, and you should be voting appropriate to your policy values and your interests.
Of law, we won't have that next time
what
around.
Up, Jeannie?
Like, I cannot say
what
this
up, blue and green?
strongly enough. Trump remains a clear and present danger to America's democracy and freedoms. And I know there are many things we need to do better in this country. We need to get women's rights back up and so many other things. But it is going to be a disaster if he gets in. So please join me in the effort, the pro-democracy effort, right here on the Midas Touch Network. My name is Suri Crow. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see.
Thanks for sharing these videos, John. I didn't know about Suri. I did not know about the Sinclair media group and what was going on with it. I knew about the merger between Fox News and all that stuff, but I didn't know about those things, so I really appreciate that. And for anybody that wants to share, you can click so that the button up top that says donate in the chat, the pinned comment, is not just for donations. It's my website. You can go there. It has my email address. You can send me videos. You can send me conservative shit if you're a conservative. I don't care. I look at everything. You can send me whatever you want. I like to look at all the things and get all the viewpoints that I can on things. Obviously, I'm a left-leaning person that's choosing to vote for Biden this year up to this point. You know, I know people keep saying Biden's going to drop out and somebody else is going to join. I don't know how that's an own. Can somebody explain that to me? I feel like what conservatives are doing by trying to create that theory that Biden's going to drop out last second is they're trying to be like, you know, like the left is a bunch of bitches for doing this or something like that. But I don't think that's quite as much of an own as they think it is. Because as it stands now, there's a lot of left-wing people that are unhappy with Joe Biden's policies in Israel. And there's a lot of progressives that are unhappy with a lot of his policies overall, not feeling like he had done enough for progressive values, which he's not a progressive. He's an establishment Democrat. I feel like if he dropped out, it would actually probably destroy Trump. Because I don't see Trump beating anybody else. Even, I'm going to be honest with you, I know that they've done a good job of hating on Kamala, but I think Kamala beats Trump. I think that I think Newsom beats Trump. And if Michelle Obama, if they keep saying Michelle Obama's going to come out, if Michelle Obama came out, it wouldn't even be a question. In my opinion, moderate conservatives would vote for Michelle Obama over Donald Trump. Because Obama, during his administration, did not enforce the antitrust laws he would have enforced. He fought in wars that Republicans were okay with. He did a lot of things that, just like during the Clinton administration, reached across the aisle and actually encouraged Republicans. I really don't understand this idea that it's an own to say Joe Biden will drop out and Michelle Obama will come in and, oh, this is a big conspiracy. If that shit happened, Trump supporters might as well pack their bags and move to Russia. This shit's over for them if Michelle Obama comes out of the back, like fucking WWE style. Let's see. I don't know how you guys don't have recreational pot yet. That's insane. John Oliver hasn't been on Sinclair. We can't watch John Oliver on stream because I'll get a copyright for that, but I'll check that out. Voting this year to prevent a fascist takeover of my country. Good job, Dustin. So, and his advice to suggest you accept anything on face value. Don't know if that is liberal. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't tend to choose political parties. Like I think people should get away from that. I know that right now it's a really big thing, and it feels really important. And maybe this is the wrong time to say this to people, but I think people need to get away from establishing themselves as left or right, and instead just have values that declare who you are as a person. Like if you're a person that believes they're on the left and you're for equality for all people regardless of gender or sex or age or ethnicity or religion, if those are your values, if you believe that, the minimum wage should be increased or UBI should be a thing or the 4-day work week, I feel like by choosing parties, you guys are tending to place yourselves into these lanes that make it difficult to get out of without offending people within your party. And that's why I don't like I don't like when people say, well, you're a progressive because, or you're a liberal because. I attempt to stay out of those lanes because I don't want to feel like I need to look around me at the people around me to make sure that they're okay with the things that I believe before I say that I believe them. I want to be able to speak on things like the death penalty and why I think it's appropriate in certain areas, but I think that it's not appropriate in others. I want to be able to talk about things like equality for all, but how certain legislation may not be helpful. I was just talking about, or I was listening to this video actually from Legia Miller on DEI, where she made an extremely good point about DEI, and she's like, DEI has been great. DEI, if you own a business, you know how important actually DEI is, and you know that these big corporations are incorporating DEI not to be inclusive, but because financially it's beneficial, because diversity of thought is huge. But she goes, DEI sometimes is actually not beneficial for the people that it was made to help, because now you have these conservative elements within the workforce that looks at somebody that's African American or Latino or trans or whatever and goes, you only got this job because you are a certain ethnicity or culture. And that was a valid point. I am for DEI, specifically for the inclusion portion, but also because I run a business and I understand why diversity of thought is incredibly important within your business to make it successful. But she had a good point. If it is now making those people feel as though they're being targeted because that's not right for them to be targeted, but if that's why they feel, then that's a problem, and that legislation needs to be looked at and manipulated. And I shouldn't have to feel like saying that might get me kicked out of my lane, and you shouldn't have to either. You should be able to have the policy values that you and your life experience has created within you, and you should be able to express them without concern of being kicked out of a group. And you should also be willing to hear from others why you might be incorrect about those things. And I think when we place ourselves within parties and groups, and we're going to listen to the Righteous Mind, hope you guys stick around for that, you'll find out why that can be a good thing and why that can be a bad thing. But anyways, we're going to watch something funny. Let's see. I'm the fucking bird standing. I am the fucking bird. Exactly. Yeah. I'll be honest, this SCOTUS decision about it was a gut punch yesterday. It's crazy to me. The bump stocks thing is crazy to me. I mean, I understand judicially, like if you're just, once again, we live in a semantic age of our judicial system where they're going to go by the words that make the laws what they are, and they're going to stick to those. Bump stocks to me are crazy. Once again, like I don't understand the argument for owning the weapons being you're going to fight the government. I don't think people, I don't know if they understand how advanced our military is. But a bump stock ain't doing shit, dude. Let's see. Yeah, so my argument with the death penalty would be a long one. You don't, and I don't want to spend more time just waxing poetically up here, but please remind me of that at one point, and I'll try to get into my opinion on why it should still exist for certain crimes. Let's see. And see, that's a good point. Look at a list of the countries that still use capital punishment. It's not like a list. It's not a list of democracies. That's a great point. And that's something Haidt brought up a couple studies that I have been doing my best to look into when I have time. And all of those things matter to me. All those things do influence how I think about things like that. And I'm attempting to continue to form my policy values in that area. And this is why I'm saying I don't want to be pushed into a party that says you have to think this because we do. I want to get to those places on my own. That's where I stand with that. All right. So this is the one that Mike wants to watch, and I'll shut the fuck up.
I actually thought my husband lost 10 pounds until
Okay.
I discovered his little secret. No matter
Okay.
how much my husband works out, he just struggles to lose his dad bod. Then he got these shirts from...
Okay. I feel targeted. All right, let's watch Titus talk about Hunter Biden and then compare it.
Christopher Titus, and this is the Armageddon update. Guilty. No, this is not a replay of a couple weeks ago. We have a new guilty verdict. Hunter Biden, addict, crackhead, and hooker sommelier, who is currently in recovery. And honestly, he's really got his shit together.
Stop with those fucking drugs. They're making your wine into mush.
However, he did go through that whole, crackhead thing. And during that time, by the way, people, he bought a gun because it turns out crack doesn't really take the edge off.
Yeah. Let's just be honest. Due to my youth, I grew up with quite a few crack dealers and crackheads, okay? And I can tell you this, guns were everywhere. This is why I continue to point out to Republicans when they talk about how they have all the guns. I'm like, dude, have you ever met a gang member? You ever opened a trunk and seen fucking Uzis and other shit just like laying in the back of a fucking, like a 76 fucking Chrysler?
To be clear about what happened is Hunter bought a gun, and on the form that's asked, are you currently on drugs or are you a drug addict? He put, no.
Yeah,
which really
well,
isn't the
then
best
you know
screening
that
tool
it
for
ain't just
drug addicts.
Republicans
A
that own
question?
guns.
Really? Because people that monkey on your back is a liar, and it wants you dead. The facts of the case are that Hunter had the gun for 11 days, never had any bullets in it, and then the gun was thrown into the garbage by his girlfriend.
And so, like I said, the law is the law, but it is kind of crazy that they went so hard on a dude that owned a gun for 11 days. Like, even Lindsey Graham was like, 95% of Americans would never be prosecuted for this crime. And like I said, the law is the law. And he was found guilty, and he seems to be accepting his fate as it may be. He's got another case in California for the taxes that he evaded. He'll probably be found guilty in that one as well. I don't think you get out of being found guilty in that one, to be honest with you. But this is the weirdness of the thought process that Donald Trump was somehow put on trial and held accountable for his actions, and it's unjust. If what happened to Donald Trump was unjust, then what happened to Hunter Biden is an absolute fucking tragedy. Or is it a travesty? Maybe it's a travesty.
Which
Yeah,
probably, by the way, was
so.
the dumbest thing in the whole case.
No
So,
one's ever answered yes.
Hunter had
Of
to go to
course you
court
don't.
And was found
And
guilty
99%
on
of people
all
lied on
three
that
counts.
shit.
And look, I agree that people that do drugs should not have guns. All people who are obviously on drugs should have their guns taken.
I'm actually a Duke of Hazzard, and I'm also a Kentucky Colonel. And
And now we have a precedent. And
Oh,
if they have
yeah,
guns
exactly,
and are
you
on
don't-
drugs, those people
it's a weird
should lose
law,
their guns.
right? Yeah.
And now that the president's son proved that the DOJ has not been weaponized, that Biden didn't get involved in the case and refused to pardon his son, he refused to pardon him. He didn't call the...
Okay, and he also just said he won't commute it either. And that's fucking insane, man. Like, and of course, conspiracy theorists just change this shit around. And this is why conspiracy theorists are so exhausting. Is no matter how often you prove them incorrect, they will always twist it. They will always say, but there's this one new thing. And you guys don't understand. That's why people won't take you seriously. That's why people don't want to really actually get involved in the conversations with you, is because at no point do you guys ever say, you know what, actually I was wrong about that. You go, well, I was wrong about that. But if you look at it from this point of view, actually what happened, and that is fucking exhausting. You can't have a conversation with a person that constantly adds a but if you look at it this way. And that's why people don't take you seriously.
System rigged, or the judge a liar, or compromised, and Hunter didn't say a word about how he was railroaded, or screwed over, or attacked, or how he should have immunity, or that everybody does it. While President Douchebag granted pardons to 237 criminals, including ones that helped plan January 6th.
That helped him.
Here's
that
what
helped
bothers me.
him. Flynn.
The facts of the Hunter
Jesus
case
Christ.
are shady and shaky. You know, there was a deal in place last summer. Hunter was prepared to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges and to agree to a pre-trial diversion program to resolve the potential gun charge. And this would be without a guilty plea, because no one ever gets charged on this gun charge, by the way. Republicans in Congress said, whoa, no way. We cannot let criminals get away with gun charge. Of course, you know, insurrections, they're fine.
It was a normal tourist visit.
Yeah, they claim.
Yeah, and this is just what I'm saying. This is mind-blowingly fucking hypocritical. The left is prosecuting a person for a gun charge, which makes sense. The right does not believe in fucking prosecuting people for gun charges. I'm not mad that Hunter Biden's guilty. I'm mad that you motherfuckers can't be consistent. It's insane. You guys are against background checks. You guys are against checking boxes. You guys are against people taking people's guns away. And then you're like, but not that guy.
That Hunter had a sweetheart deal. Yet the deal was overseen by a Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney, David Weiss, a registered Republican and confirmed in the Senate by voice vote. A Trump lawyer had approved the deal. Do you get that?
Yes.
And it's probably because the gun was never used, and it was only in Hunter's possession for 11 days.
11 days!
Never even had ammunition in it. You know, you Second Amendment guys
never had
really
ammunition.
Selective,
Holy
ain't you?
Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey.
But neither Hunter or the president are screaming about the shady-ass things that were done to them. You know why? Because Hunter wasn't a bitch like this bitch. The legal system in one of these guys' cases was actually manipulated. It was a Trump-appointed judge. It was a Trump-appointed prosecutor.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, and you know that's bullshit. Every time that liberals have brought forth any legislation, small or large, that has anything to do with gun legislation, Republicans vote against it. Republicans vote against it. Children literally are murdered in schools, and every time Republicans vote against it. Every time. Are you for somebody clicking a box that says that they're on drugs? Because you do understand. That's not a pun. You do understand that means nobody should have a gun. Because 99% of our society is smoking weed, drinking alcohol, doing pharmaceuticals, or other drugs. Are you for the law that Hunter Biden was prosecuted under? I've already said I'm not for the law, but since I'm for pro-gun legislation and common sense gun laws, I don't think that's a common sense gun law, to be honest with you. But I'm okay with it. Now, can you do the same? Can you say because I do not like background checks, because I do not believe in guns being restricted, that I do not agree. Okay, dude, what's the difference between alcohol and marijuana? See, this is where you guys attempt to play this fucking game, and I'm not going to let you play it. What's the difference between alcohol and marijuana? One's legal and one's illegal. Can you tell me why? Because I know that's what you're going to say. Can you tell me why? Is it based off any kind of factual evidence? Is it based off of statistics or any logical reasoning? You brought up kids being killed. If you look into those cases, gun laws would not have... That, see, now you change the story. Go ahead. Keep switching on me. This is what y'all do every time you're presented with any types of facts. You just switch the subject. Sure, I brought it up. Kids being killed in schools. If you look into those cases, gun laws would not have prevented those acts. No. You know why? Because the gun laws that Democrats have to bring forth in the hopes that the right will maybe stop being incredibly fucking insane, they know they can't pass. So they have to bring up things that they believe are bipartisan and attempt to stop guns from getting into the hands of felons and mentally ill people. But you don't care about that. Because it's a semantic game with you guys. You guys want to play semantic games. Yeah, you really don't care about marijuana. Then you're not for the law. So you are for Hunter Biden, correct, dude? Dude. I don't want to call you dude. Dude. This is what I'm saying. You just still need to you have to get to the final portion of the argument, and you're falling short. The final portion of this argument is you stand in defense of Hunter Biden's right to own that firearm. Nope. Answer the goddamn question, dude. Answer the question. Do you stand with Hunter Biden's right to own that firearm? Florida, at what point had he committed a crime? Florida, at what point did Hunter Biden commit a crime? What was he what was he at the time he purchased that weapon criminally charged with?
And the deal was pulled off the table because of political pressure. And the Bidens just took it. And they shut up about it. That's what good Americans do. They follow the rules. And when anybody does something illegal, the Bidens took the consequences.
I do. But you don't believe that. If you are pro Second Amendment and you are, it shall not be infringed, which I guarantee you, if that's a right-leaning person, you're 100% for. If we put Donald Jr., or fuck it, Donald Trump on trial today because he had pharmaceuticals he wasn't supposed to have. If I put him on trial for the same thing that Hunter Biden was found guilty of, you be losing your goddamn mind right now. You're like, this is politically motivated. This is all bullshit. This is my problem with having these discussions with you guys. I will sit up here and I will agree that at times I am wrong. I will agree that in a case like Hunter Biden's where I think it's bullshit, that I'm in support of those laws and he was found guilty. But you can't even say one fucking time in a chat where you're not even surrounded by the people in your party that you might be incorrect and you might be a hypocrite. You can't do it. Because you have cognitive dissonance. Because the thing you claim everybody else has, you have. Like, I'm going to continue to tell you guys this. Cognitive behavioral therapy is incredibly important for every single person. And when you find yourself at a conundrum where you say to yourself, hold on, I support everyone's right to own a firearm. Now, there's a person that I disagree politically with that wants to own a firearm that is being put on trial for something that I don't agree with. I support that person in that trial. If you can't get to that point, then you're not figuring out that you're being a hypocrite. That's cognitive dissonance. But you're not doing it right now, dude. but you're not doing it right now. I'm giving you a chance to do it, and you won't.
Take responsibility.
No, I don't take
Say
responsibility.
Say,
at all.
I support Hunter Biden.
And the
He
Bidens
should
also
not have
don't
been
believe in
charged.
zombies. I'm Christopher Titus, and this is the Armageddon Update. Yeah, people. JFK is not coming back from the dead. God damn it. I don't understand the craziness we're living right now. Can somebody
That's what I'm fucking saying!
So, the judge system is, the DOJ totally weaponized.
You're all over the place, though. You're all over the place, dude. Do the one thing I said. Say, I support Hunter Biden. Type that shit out. Type, I support Hunter Biden because I do not believe that people's guns should be taken away from them. Because if you're on the right, that's what you believe. It's part of a greater part of CBT. Okay. That's good to know. Hunter seems cool. It's his dad I don't like. Florida, you're hilarious. Yeah, dude, look at you. Look at you. I could literally write out your thoughts for you. A ton of the gun laws actually target minorities. No shit. No shit. Now, do you know why? Can you explain to me why? I might not have seen it. Sorry, do if I didn't see it. I apologize if I didn't see it. I would not. Everyone that you would not support Hunter Biden. Everyone knows he knows that I am things being just fair. If someone breaks the law, politics should not enter the equation. But then you can't say that the government. You can't say the government has no rights to take people's guns from them if you are in support of Hunter Biden having his guns taken away from him. Those two thoughts cannot exist. Those are directly conflicting thoughts. Because you can't say because one person that you dislike personally or politically doesn't get to own guns, but everybody else does regardless of their behaviors. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Still waiting on that wall for Mexico was supposed to pay for it. Yeah, that never was going to happen because once again, Trump supporters get sold bullshit ideas because they don't want to think past something like Mexico will pay for it. Once again, you dumb it down to this incredibly small, easy to ingest idea. Mexico will pay for it. Walls stop people. And then that's as far as they need to go. Going any further than that to figure out why Mexico would pay that, why would they decide to do that, how would we make them do that, what's in it for them, all of those things, the nuances of these incredibly complicated subjects fall on deaf ears because they're not interested in going any further than the appeal to emotion. And that's it. He broke a law. So you agree then that Republicans that are doing drugs right now should turn in their weapons. Do you agree with that, dude? Do you agree that every time that a person does drugs of any sort, whether it's illegally doing pharmaceuticals that are not theirs, doing smoking weed, smoking crack, doing anything of those sort, all of those people should turn in their guns right now because they're not allowed to have them. Do you agree with that? Okay, I can agree with that I am putting you in a box. I do not know that as a conservative or Republican that those values are what you represent. However, the reason that I made that statement in the first place, is because that's what everybody does. The reason I made that statement is because everybody is part of a party and chooses to put their things on me. So the reason I said that is because the majority of people do join parties. If you're saying I'm not or you're not, then that's fine. Like I said, do you agree that every single person that has smoked weed, done cocaine, crack cocaine, whatever illegal substance, needs to turn in their guns because they have them illegally? Because that is what you're supposed to do if you're under the influence. But the idea of the law, dude, no, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. When it comes to gun ownership, I understand how to purchase a gun. I understand the checking off the box and the signing to say and presenting your ID and your birth certificate and all that business to show, which is all things that people on the right claim are not. But the idea of the law is that you are not a drug user owning the gun. So you can't say, well, it's just at that time. You are saying, I am not a person that uses drugs, therefore I am allowed to own a gun. Those people should have to turn in their guns. That is the logical ending of where that goes. Anyways, let's watch this. Do I like you being here. I like you talking to me. Thank you for talking to me, Do. Thank you for talking to me too, Florida.
Can I help you?
Do I agree with Biden selling the wall for the pennies on the dollar? You do know that he's continued to build the wall, right, Do? You know that he's trying to push through legislation or whatever, through executive orders, that he's actually continued to build the wall, right?
Yes. Yeah.
This woman harassing random people on the beach saying all liberals are the same while driving a scooter flying a Trump flag has to be one of the most ironic images of.
This is one of the things that I was just talking about the other day, because there was a gentleman riding my ass the other day, which is the stupidest fucking thing you could do on a motorcycle, being that I grew up with people that drive or that were in motorcycle clubs. The stupidest fucking thing you can do is be on somebody's bumper on a motorcycle. Anyways, I look up in my mirror, and what does he have on his motorcycle, guys? Of course, dude's rocking a Trump flag. And this is what I'm saying. Y'all are weird as fuck. Trump supporters, you're weird, okay? You own a scooter that you went on like probably Amazon.com or Walmart.com because supposedly you hate China, but you buy all the Chinese stuff. And you bought a flagpole. Then you created a contraption to then attach said flagpole to your scooter. And then you went and bought a flag for Trump. And then you put that shit on the flagpole. Okay? This isn't like fucking, you just hung a Trump flag outside your house or some shit like that. This is, you guys literally, like, find ways to attach this shit to your vehicle. And then you get up every morning and you walk out there and you look at that bad boy and you're like, yeah, I'm riding that shit to work today. I'm going to go to McDonald's on that motherfucker. It's weird. It's fucking weird. No party policies, new name, no party. Is that what I should name my channel from this point on? I don't know if people can go through another name change. People are already mad at me that I changed it from the Angry Ginger. You didn't know he sold a ton of it off, correct? You act like the left does nothing stupid. Why would I ever say that, dude? Why would I say the left never does anything stupid? Would you like to play the game, dude, where I list things that the left do that's bad and you name things that the right does that's bad? We can play that game. I thought I already played it with you, but I do it all the fucking time. A Democrat politician scrapped up somebody's car on Florida because of a Trump sticker? Yeah, that's stupid. You shouldn't do that. See how I did that, dude? See how you said a Democrat politician scratched up someone's car in Florida because of a Trump sticker. And then I said, yeah, that's stupid. You shouldn't do that. See how I did that? Now, can you do that is the question. No, you can't. Because I've given you the chance over and over again, and instead you use language to avoid saying it. You can sit here and you can claim that I'm the one that's got some kind of dissonance going on all you want, and you can keep saying the words, but facts are facts. I understand that the left does all kinds of shit that I disagree with, and I can list them fucking all day long. It's not the same on your side. It's not the same. People on the left are constantly criticizing Joe Biden. It's one of the reasons that the left might lose this year. The left might not lose because fucking the conservatives have such a strong presidential candidate. If the left loses this year, it's going to be because the left has criticized the shit out of Joe Biden's policies. That's why they would lose. Hey, what's up, James?
The year.
Disgusting. That's a sign for hate. Go yourself. Go yourself. Up. What's up?
what I do with my stimulus check? I pay my bills.
And like I said, now let me ask you a question. This is the type of shit where a person goes, well, her response, why is she responding to these people in this way? Why are these people riding on a beach with fucking Trump flags? Because you are looking for confrontation. If I am walking around a Trump supporter rally wearing a Joe Biden hat, do you think that I'm going to get some shit? Do you think people are going to fucking yell at me and call me names? They are, right? They are. Why the fuck would you do this? It's because you're constantly looking for confrontation. The people that continue to tell everybody else that they're divisive and polarizing are the people doing it. This is a theme. The people saying people have cognitive dissonance have cognitive dissonance. The people saying that people are confrontational and divisive are confrontational and divisive. It is a fucking theme.
Trump, he's a just like you.
Oh no, you're not wasting time, dude. I appreciate you. I'm thankful for you being in the chat and providing a different point of view.
I'm really glad that lady clapped back against those Trump supporters who are just trying to be big old bullies, because it shows you don't always have to be the bigger person. Sometimes you need to fight fire with.
And this is the point of my channel. And I've told you guys this from the beginning. Obama was the guy who said it. When they go low, we go high. And the problem with that is that when you are only going high all the time and you never get down on these people's level, then they feel like they're constantly condescended to. They feel like you're not approachable. There's been so many times in this channel where people have came into my chat, they've insulted me, called me names, I talk shit back to them, they've stuck around, and we've had good conversations. You can't always go high. And also, you shouldn't accept people being bullies. At the end of the day, when I was a real little kid, when I was growing up in a fucked up neighborhood that was infested with gangs and skinheads and pimps and prostitutes, and I had to walk through a gang-infested area to go to the elementary that I used to go to. And every day, those motherfuckers, people would chase me home. By the way, it wasn't the gangs. It was the skinheads and the peckerwoods. The kid that was a pecker would chase me home from school every day. And my friend, one of my best friends, he was a pretty gnarly dude, probably one of the gnarliest dudes I ever grew up with. He said, "Why you let people fuck with you like that?" I said, "Well, man, I can't do anything about it. I'm small, I'm skinny, I can't fight." So it doesn't matter. He goes, "If you let people bully you all the time, every time, and you never do anything about it, they'll always bully you." He said, "Sometimes you got to punch them in the face." And I was like, no way. No fucking way. I'm not hitting anybody in the face. I'm too small for that shit. And I learned over time by boxing with this Mexican dude next door. Actually, you'll see him in the chat every once in a while. Name's Tommy. Beautiful man. But I learned to get out of that discomfort with fighting. I learned, most of the time it's against my own sister, to be honest with you. My sisters are badasses. And so I started fighting back, man. People would get in my face, and I fight back. You know what, that kid, that Peckerwood kid, he was the first real fight I got into when I was about 10 or 11 years old. I think I was about 10 maybe. And I had a black friend from another neighborhood. My dumbass didn't recognize that where I wasn't a safe place for a black kid to be, and I invited him over to my trailer park. And we were racing through the trailer park, and these other white pride kids got involved, and I turned around and looked, and that kid's there. And I went back over there. I'm like, "Hey, leave him the fuck alone." This kid's name was Larry. Larry and his brother what was his brother's name? Nathan, I think? Can't remember the other kid's name. Ray. Of course it was Ray. Larry and Ray. And so I kind of got in that kid's face. This other kid is Peckerwood, who'd been trying to chase me home, beat me up all the time. He got in my face, and we ended up fighting. And at one point or another, my hurricane swinging windmill arm having ass, they could not fight, clipped him in the side of his fucking head, and he went home screaming for his grandmother. I shit you not, this is like shit that's out of a movie. Like I'm blacked out, can't tell what the fuck's going on, and somehow I clipped him in the temple. And the next thing I know is he's running home screaming for his grandmother. And I think since that day, I'll tell you this, guys. Since that day, I ain't getting bullied by fucking nobody. And so I think that my perspective on this channel is so much different than any other liberal, any other left-wing person that you see in media or you hear talking about things, because I had to grow up with bullies. I had to learn to defend myself. I had to fight. And right now, where I'm standing right now, is that we can't always just go high. You go high when the benefit of going high equals the outcome. Right now, somebody gets in my face, you're going to get what you get. You call me an idiot. You call me a douchebag. I'm going to call you one back. But luckily for you, I actually grew up with you motherfuckers. I can see things through your eyes. I know why you think that Trump is a good choice. And I know the ignorance that is inherent in that viewpoint. And so I'll talk to you guys about it. And maybe, just maybe, a couple of y'all can stop being fucking bullies.
Fire and let people know I hear and see your BS, and I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna confront you, and I'm gonna do it I'm gonna do so in an assertive way. And maybe it makes Trump supporters think twice about broadcasting their appalling and disgusting views.
This has gone far enough and gone on long enough, and there are countless of millions of people that have come in here illegally, and now this is an attack on the American people. If you're an American citizen, it doesn't matter how you feel politically. This is an attack on you. This is an attack on our sovereignty. You can't just walk in here at your own leisure.
And this is what I'm saying. It's the right idea and the wrong argument. This dude 100% does not understand the statistics based around encounters on the border. 100%. It's either that or he's being disingenuous. And most likely, he's selling fear for status. He's selling fear for recognition. Or maybe he's just a moron that has heard shit regurgitated so many times that he's brainwashed enough to believe this. There are things on the border that 100% need to be talked about, because not because Dems, not because Repubs, but because Dems Repubs. Because the constantly switching of the president from a Democrat to a Republican, the Republican to a Democrat, the use of executive orders, just like Joe Biden did with Donald Trump's policies, to roll back the prior presidents, just like Trump did to Obama, has caused a complicated situation on the border that is only going to be resolved through people pulling their fucking heads out of their asses and recognizing that it is neither completely open nor can it ever be completely closed. And for all the dipshits out there that think civil war is a good idea, let me ask you, what do you think governments like China's and Russia would think about Americans killing each other on American soil, and what do you think they would take advantage of? Do you think all those people that are currently being caught at the border would no longer being caught at the border? Do you think that the actual terrorists that are being caught and deported from our country, the actual criminals that are being caught and deported from our country, do you think those people might be able to get across the border while Americans are fucking killing each other? Because I think that that's a possibility.
Doesn't matter if you're a refugee or asylum seeker.
Wonder what this MAGA moron really means when he says that we are losing our sovereignty, that no one coming across the southern border should be allowed in this country.
I mean,
So I like what you're saying about bullies, but when you say that Democrats were calling for conservatives and MAGA people to be bullied, this is my point. You can't be a bully to other people and then be like, whoa, hold on, why are they bullying me now? If Republicans as a whole have always stood on the foundation, we're the more masculine, we're the stronger, we're the tougher, we like guns and you guys are pussies. MAGA has taken that to an extreme level where they're literally asking for things like a civil war. It is appropriate for the left to fight back. And oftentimes the left doesn't do that because they attempt to take the high ground, which most of the time would be a great point, except for Bullies don't go away by you telling them facts and pointing out where they're incorrect. So though I disagree in this area with you on this subject, I can agree with the beginning of your statement.
Should have 50 cals and landmines lining the border and using them.
No, you can't do that. See, this is why I'm saying this guy's stupid. We're going to let him say this again. This is stupid, and you have to say when something is stupid.
That no one coming across the southern border should be allowed in this country.
I mean, we should have 50 cals and landmines lining the border and using...
Okay, now ask yourself this. You're a human being, because this is what these are the Border Patrol agents. You're a human being, and your president gives you a 50 caliber sniper rifle, puts you in a turret, and says, from this point on, every time that somebody tries to cross that border, you shoot one. Do you think that it's even possible for human beings to do that job over and over without being disconnected from humanity? Do you think that putting landmines along the border where children, women, and men that are fleeing persecution from their own governments and from cartels is an acceptable idea? How would you like to be a Border Patrol agent that has to sweep along the mine area and pick up body parts of children? We already have increased rates of suicide among the Border Patrol. Higher rates of suicide in the Border Patrol than in the New York City Police Department, which is like 100 times larger. Yet it's 4 times greater in the Border Patrol. This is where I have a problem. This is not a solution. You cannot talk in any legitimate conversation about what this guy is saying. You can't react to that by going, well, hold on, man, let's talk about legislation. What he is saying is fucking insane and should never be discussed. You can't put that responsibility on the Border Patrol, and it should never even fucking cross your mind. That's insane. They're fear-mongering, and it's bullshit.
Them, that would stop the problem. But nobody has a effing spine. Nobody will do anything, so that falls back on us.
I don't doubt that, dude.
And we have the constitutional right to defend our borders. I'm just waiting to see how many we can get in numbers who have had enough, who are sick of it. Because I promise you, if
this guy wouldn't last a day in a real wartime area. People, you see, this is the disconnection. This is what I say because of the way that I grew up. People like to talk about fighting. Every once in a while you're talking to somebody and they're like, dude, I'd kick that guy's ass. I'd mop him up. I'd do this to him. I'd do that to him. I'm like, oh, how many fights have you been in? And you're like, oh, I haven't really been in a fight, but I know I could kick somebody's ass. Like, you don't understand. One of the things that I've always given people like Joe Rogan is that whenever he's heard somebody like talking about like beating somebody up, he's always like, dude, you don't know what it's like to be in a fight. You shouldn't talk like that. My whole family is military. I have great respect for the military. The reason that I have a great respect for the military is much like Mattis, General Mattis. You know, I believe that there are times where the defense of the nation is important. But I think that that should be only taken in times of the absolute most necessary times. Like, something like this is not that time, and if you put this gentleman on the border with a 50 cal and let him shoot people, he is either a fucking psycho and capable of handling that type of thing, or he will mentally break within hours of the first time that he shoots somebody. Because I have seen people die. I have had guns pulled on me. I can tell you that there is no part of the human psyche that just looks at things like that and goes, all right, cool, let's move on. That's not how it fucking works.
A million of us go down there armed and take over our border, there won't be a damn thing they can do about it. The federal government. We have to protect ourselves.
So that's what it means. Landmines, 50 caliber sniper rifles, and a whole bunch of self-proclaimed patriots committing massive violence against people who more often than not are escaping violence in one way or another themselves.
It's gotten to the point where there's thousands of us at this point that it's just enough. We're ready to come to Texas. We're ready for battle lines to be drawn. We're ready for the war to be declared. Sides have been chosen. I'm on Texas' side, obviously. Like, there's Biden support that are on his side. At this point, the lines have been drawn. The guns need to be loaded. The trenches need to be dug and need to die.
And it's no wonder that people seriously...
Hold on. Go back. I want you guys to see something. This guy's TikTok name is Daddy to a Princess 420. How many fights do you think Daddy to a Princess 420 has been in his life? How many engagements that involved life or death do you think Daddy to a Princess 420 has been in? This man does not understand the words that are coming out of his mouth. At no point in this man's life, I guarantee, has he ever experienced something that even comes close to a fucking fist fight, much less an actual engagement with somebody else. What do you think's going to happen? Let me ask you this. So you line up people along the border with weapons and landmines, and you have cartels that are forcing people across the border with drugs in their backpack, which we all agree is a bad thing, right? But what do you think the cartels are going to start doing? How do you think they're going to react to that? They're probably just going to send more innocent people across the border with drugs in their backpack while they hold their families hostage to make them do that. Do you think the cartels are going to go, oh, you know what? This isn't really working. They're just shooting them at the border. Or do you think they'll just increase the number of people that they're sending across the border to be shot because, statistically speaking, one of them is going to make it through? What are you going to do when these people claim that 20,000 immigrants crossed the Rio Grande all at once? What are they going to do? Are you going to give them automatic weapons? Are you going to allow them to mow down indiscriminately an entire group of people? Is Daddy to a Princess 420 going to be given an AR or an AK or potentially a fucking Gatling gun on a turret to do this job? Does any of that make any fucking sense at all? That's insane. And this guy's a moron. And he deserves to be called a moron because it's not bullying. It's telling you the fucking truth. He's an idiot.
Lines have been drawn. The guns need to be loaded. The trenches need to be dug and need to die.
And it's no wonder that people seriously think they're justified in thinking this way because their political leaders are saying the same thing just in a more digestible and a polite way for the average American.
We got a lot of work to do.
Florida. I've had
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's...
And this is the problem with this type of rhetoric, is when you say things like, well, he's just talking about what's going on. No, he's not. He's using bombastic language, and he's doing it on purpose because he knows that the regular, everyday MAGA supporter is just like Daddy to a Princess 420, okay? Just like him. He's appealing to the emotion of these people, and you should not be in support of that. If you are not in support of the 2 gentlemen that you just saw on TikTok, then you should not support the rhetoric of Donald Trump. If you want to say, hey, I think Donald Trump's a pretty good presidential candidate, I think that he has good policies, I'm all about America first and isolationist policies, and I'm against involving ourselves in globalism and these other things, those are all acceptable things to say, except you still have to say, I do not agree with him using rhetoric that inflames American citizens to think that they should go to the border and plant landmines and shoot innocent people with 50 caliber sniper rifles. You should be able to say both those things. And this is my problem with you guys, is your inability to speak up about the bad within your own party. That is something that is a serious fucking
Even
problem.
Looking at them, they just come in. Illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of our nation. They're coming from prisons, from mental institutions, from all over the world. Without borders and fair elections, you don't have a country.
They got them. That's the point.
America
it's working.
Great again. We must win in 2024, or we will not have a nation. Our country is being invaded. It's an invasion by millions of illegal aliens from all over.
Tell me right now that the things that you're saying are not bombastic. Tell me that the things that he's saying right now are not meant to be appeals to emotion to get you so worked up about something that maybe in his mind just makes you vote. Maybe Donald Trump is that stupid. Let's say that. Let's critically think about this. We're going to say Donald Trump is that stupid that he cannot believe that people would do violence based off of his rhetoric. But on the other hand, people obviously are creating fucking TikTok saying, let's get thousands of us together and go down to Texas's border and shoot people. And that is bad. And it is what is happening from the rhetoric that he believes should not do that. What do you think the answer to this critical thinking problem would be? Do you think it would be Donald Trump should recognize that what he's doing is lending to a problem that should not at all be happening? Or do you think maybe, the TikTok guys shouldn't be listening to Donald Trump and not getting worked up over this shit? Do you think it's maybe even a combination of both? Because I think it's a combination of both. Donald Trump shouldn't be saying it, and these people shouldn't be taking the shit that he's saying and being like, we should go do stupid shit that makes no fucking sense at all. Like, do you guys hear what I'm saying? This is why this is exhausting. This is why this is painful. This is why this blows my fucking mind that this is even a conversation. If we don't know who is here, then you don't know if it's a problem or not. I'll tell you this, if there were terrorists in America right now committing terrorist acts because they're making it across the border illegally, you would be hearing about it 24/7 ad nauseum on Fox News. Fox News has created and faked and made up shit so much that they have to be called an entertainment source, not a news source, an entertainment source. Do you think that Fox News, if they had the ability to broadcast 24/7 terrorist acts from immigrants crossing the border, that's not what they would do? The proof is in the pudding. You have to be able to look at things as they are, the 30,000 foot down view, and say to yourself, it doesn't make sense that if there are so many illegal immigrants that are causing crimes, that there's so many people crossing the border illegally that are terrorists, that are doing all this bad stuff, then why aren't we seeing the results of that? And if you're going to say to me, well, it's just going to happen anytime now, well, then you're living that life of fear that I talked about earlier. You can't live in this constant state of fear. You have to give grace to certain people, and you have to react with legislation where it's appropriate. And that's why this should be bipartisan, to work on the problems on the border. It's why we should increase the number of justices that follow up on things like immigrants that have been paroled in America and given a chance. We should be recognizing statistics like immigrants that are legally here work harder and commit less crimes than American citizens. Oh, thanks, Fatty. $25. Tainting the blood invasion. Heard these words preached at the Church of Jesus Christ Christian in Nor, Idaho in the 80s and 90s. You know, the skinhead church. Sub up, bitches! Angry G feeds on MAGA. Thank you, Fatty. I appreciate that. Man. But do you guys hear what I'm fucking saying? Like, I'm with you, I'm with you. I get it. The left does not deny that there are problems with the border. The left denies that the hateful, angry, fearful rhetoric of the right is true. That they are manipulating you. They are trying to get you so worked up and angry that you will do something they think is just vote. We'll give them that grace. But that you will do something that will damage the Democratic Party, because in this atmosphere, what we are doing is not fighting for America. We are fighting for our parties. That's what people are doing now. And this is why I think that you guys need to have values and not parties. My opinion on the border is that we have a very complicated situation where we have a border that is extremely long. What does it run through? It runs through Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. Am I missing a state? It's a huge border. And what we need to do is we need to become a country that is capable of looking at things in a more nuanced manner. And we have to agree that the situation on the border is complicated, that it is complex, that it's not going to be solved by just doing one thing or another, that technology is most likely going to have to play some role in what it's doing, that just putting up a border wall isn't enough. There are places throughout the country, throughout our border, where the river runs that you can't put the border wall on our end. Have you ever played Fallout? You ever played Fallout 4? You ever tried to build a wall on Fallout 4 around your compounds? And you recognize at some point you're like literally digging the wall into the ground, graphically glitching it, or it's like a foot above the ground. Think of that in real life. You're trying to build a wall across a gigantic border that has ecological factors, or sorry, not ecological, that's the wrong word, geographical factors that stop you from being able to do that. So you're still going to have other parts to your plan than just building a wall. That's not enough. You can't just say, we're going to stop everybody at the border. That's not going to happen. We also need immigrants within our country because we have a declining population issue. And I'm not for telling women that they have to have children. That's not appropriate. It's not your right to tell them they have to do it. It's not my right either. It's their decision. But what we can do is allow the best, the brightest, the hardest working to come across our borders and enrich our societies and make things better economically for us, and also bring diversity of thought. Because as somebody, I forgot who it was in Belfast, was talking about the Civil Wars. Was it, They Don't Like My Music? That diversity of saying, I've seen Civil War. I have experiences that I can tell you these things are not good things. That diversity is incredibly important, and it's what makes America special. So you can't just say we're going to stop people coming into the country. First of all, it's just not logical. Second, it's actually a negative for Americans, citizens, to believe that that's an option. We should be encouraging people to come through our systems, and we need to do that. The way we encourage them to do that is by making our systems smooth, making them flow, putting more justices on the bench to handle these trials so that way they can decide quicker whether or not a person should be in our country or not, to get them the ability to get jobs within our country, to get them the ability to take advantage of social safety nets. Because whether or not you know this or not, people that come here and can't take advantage of those social safety nets are actually economically more harmful to our society than the people that are taking advantage of social safety nets. So you can't just say, there's this crazy shit going on the border, let's pick up guns and go murder them. That's not an option. And the fact that anybody thinks that's an option just proves how far our society has fallen. Y'all have lost your goddamn minds. TikTok Princess 420, whatever the fuck your name is.
Over the planet, and left-wing sickos are pumping toxic anti-American propaganda into the minds of our beautiful youth. They're destroying our youth.
I have followed this president all over. I went to jail for him. I would die for him. I follow him to the ends of the earth. I got nothing bad to say about Donald J. Trump.
Nothing.
That's never going to happen. No, I got nothing. I'm a veteran.
Born to ride Donald Trump.
No living being should ever eat processed food.
But dude, in the statistics, it shows the economy is worse off when people don't take care of or don't take social safety nets. If you don't believe me, this is a very well-worn, well-read book. Read it. Fucking read it. A rising tide lifts all boats is not just a cliche that sounds cool. It is literally the way the economy works. The reason that California has the 5th largest economy in the world is because of those social safety nets. I would not exist today in the manner that I do without those social safety nets. I grew up off welfare. I grew up off food stamps. My mom was disabled. And let me just also be 100% with you. These people aren't living well. I lived in a converted bus with no electricity, no running water. I shit in a 5-gallon bucket and carried it to a trash can and dumped it in a trash can when it got full. I ate out of homeless shelters. I lived under a bridge. I was taken away from my mom when I was like 7. Both of my sisters ran away. Both of them became addicted to drugs. There wasn't no one was living on these social safety nets like welfare queens. Nobody in my neighborhood were doing fucking amazing off these social safety nets. It is literally the bare minimum to scrape by and survive. And if it wasn't for those, I'd be in prison today. Because I did a lot of bad shit that I shouldn't have done, even though I had those social safety nets. And I would have done a lot of worse shit if I didn't. Because the reason that people commit crimes isn't because they're evil people. It's because that's the life that they live. That's what they're surrounded by. That's what they're used to. And oftentimes it's the thing that they think is the only way to get out of where they're at. When people shit on social safety nets, you're shitting on the very ability to increase the economy as a whole in the United States of America. The statistics do not agree with you. And this book and Steven Pinker do not agree with you. I did live under a bridge. I was a troll. I don't know if I already told you that story, but I can still see this guy got in a motorcycle accident when I was like 7 or 8. When I say we lived under a bridge, I mean we lived under a bridge. We had parked a trailer under a bridge, and this other dude, his name was Grizz, not his real name, obviously, also had a trailer under the bridge. And this guy got in a motorcycle accident. And to this day, I can still remember looking up and seeing his bandana float down as like all the sparks kind of flew off the motorcycle as it grated along the railing. Fucking one of those crazy memories that like you'll never forget in your life. Yeah, I'm just saying, like when people say things like that, it just doesn't, yeah, of course I saw it coming. Marysville, California. I was taken away at 7 from 7-ish. I don't remember it really well, but it was because I have very abusive stepfather. I lived in a place called Slab City, which is in Nyland, California, and the shoes that I was wearing at the time rubbed a huge blister from the tip of my pinky toe all the way to my heel across the back end. And being in the fucked up mental space that my mom was, she allowed me to go to school with no sock on, and I walked through the desert to a bus stop, because that's where Nyland is in the desert. And when I got to school, I had a very dirty sock on. And when they asked me why I didn't have a shoe on, and then removed my dirty ass sock, they saw that I had a huge blister from the tip of my toe to the back of my heel. And they thought that my mom had actually burned my feet with some type of device. And I was taken to a place called Los Niños. And yeah, kind of crazy, but yeah. Did I see the white buffalo born? White buffalo. White buffalo. Gina, you're in Yuba City. I'm not going to tell you what I know about Yuba City. Yeah. I don't want to dox myself. Do I think the U.S. military should be used to obliterate the cartel? First of all, hi, Ty. Thanks for being in the chat. Do I think that they should be used? Whew. God. There's the part of me, the hee-haw fucking American in me, that wants to believe that that's an option. Because when you think about the things that the cartels are doing to their own people, it sucks. It's terrible. And I wish I knew, and once again, I'm going to say the same thing I've said before, is that's a very complicated issue that you can't just say that's what you would do, right? Because when you get into it, you have to start thinking about all the collateral damage of that we've done in places like Afghanistan, places like Syria. And you start to think, obviously, that this is also a country that is right on our doorstep. If you think you have a border problem now, imagine what's going to happen if you popped off a war with the cartels within that country. Imagine the types of, or the numbers of people that would be fleeing Mexico and trying to come into America. So is the yeehaw part of me, the American in me that loves freedom, does it say send the army in and take care of those cartels? Of course it does. But does the part of me that's grown out of that phase and tried to educate itself and say to itself that just like logically doesn't make a lot of sense, and statistically, or not statistically, logistically, would it be even something that we could see really happening and being working? Nah, I just don't think it would work. I don't think it would work, and I don't really have a solution. I'm just an angry ginger on the internet as to what you would do about those cartels. I think the only sensible thing that would be is to create stronger ties with Mexico, provide them with aid, maybe, instead of sending billions of dollars, which I support, to Ukraine and to Israel, maybe some of that money, or maybe it's not money, maybe it's sending people. I don't know. What do you do? Do you send Americans to Mexico to fight the cartels? Does it make sense? Does it come out better on the other end? What is the answer to that question? It's a very complicated question, once again. And once again, this is what I keep saying, guys. This is what irritates me about this time right now, is Donald Trump sucks all the air out of the room, and he wants to get people stuck on bombastic language that literally does not help any one of these topics, and that's why Donald Trump has to go. Donald Trump needs to go away, because we should be talking about real shit and not about Donald Trump. We should be influencing and pressuring our politicians to do things about the things that we care about, instead of listening to somebody get us worked up and get us to impulsively react to complicated subjects with really basic ideas. The cartel is a bully right now. How do you handle bullies? Well, I talked about how you handle bullies earlier today, but once again, that's really simplistic, though, Ty. That's really, really simplistic to say, we'll just punch them in the face. I talked about how you handle bullies, and that is to fight back. And I agree that we should fight back. But I don't think that you can just send the military into Mexico to handle it. It's a very basic form of thought to do something like that doesn't, in the end, play out.
For every single meal of their life.
I've had awesome. I had that sad dog up there the whole time. Slippery slope, isn't it? Everything's a slippery slope, but it depends on whether or not you live on it or not. I don't live on the slippery slope. I look at things like the cartels as being something that can be handled if it's given enough time and ability to be thought out, and you spend enough money and effort. Yeah, I think that you could figure it out. Slippery slopes are the cartel equals a bully. Yeah, I did say, and like I said, but you're trying to conflate two arguments. You're trying to say what I said about me personally on a very small level, and how I conflated that with how you would deal with MAGA Republicans, and then you're trying to conflate that with something that is much, much larger, much, much more complicated, which is how to deal. And this is what I'm saying, is that you guys tend to go to this place where you're like, look, isn't this just like this? And an analogy is meant to show how things are similar in certain ways, but it does not show like for like. It never would show like for like. If you have an analogy that shows like for like perfectly, then you literally just have the same situation. It's not an analogy. So in the analogy that you're using, I get what you're saying, but it's not the same. You can't conflate those two topics. My opinion is you cannot conflate those two topics.
100 million people who will be voting for President Trump in the next election.
We agree on that,
because President Trump he show everything, and he don't do nothing bad.
President Trump shows everything?
Yeah.
Like the documents that he showed other people that he wasn't supposed to?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you guys think about Trump calling Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, and saying, I need you to find X amount of votes? It was 12,000 votes.
What's wrong with that? It's free world, ain't it? Isn't it a free world?
It's a free world, but that in totality with his efforts to replace the electors in Georgia, it kind of comes off like he's trying to steal the election.
Was fraudulent or not? Do you think it was legal?
Wait, do I think the...
Like I said before, I have an 8-page script written on the fake electors scheme. If you have never looked into the fake elector scheme, you should look into it. If you're a Trump supporter, you should look into it. If you're a Trump hater, you should look into it. Everybody should look into it. It is, for one, extremely entertaining. It's fucking crazy. The the characters that were involved in this, from Mark Meadows to Rudy Giuliani to a retired Navy SEAL, Mike Pence, fucking fake electors that did know what was going on, fake electors that didn't know what was going on, people trying to sleep in the Michigan state capitol because the only place you can certify an election in Michigan is within the walls of the state capitol. It's insane. And anybody that thinks that Donald Trump did not try to overturn the election should read everything they possibly can on the fake elector schemes, including the rebuttals. The rebuttals that Nixon and Kennedy did the same thing, which is not true. The fact that in the Tilden Hayes election that there were fraudulent electors and it's the same, that is not true. That's a whole podcast all on its own. And one day I'll create that video, but it's a long ass video. But you can't speak to whether or not the election and its results were attempted to be overturned if you don't know about the fake electors scheme. It is at the very center of everything that Donald Trump was doing, and it proves 100% that Donald Trump not only knew what the fuck he was doing, but encouraged people to do things that they know they shouldn't have done. It's insane. It's insane.
The election was legal? Yeah, I think
2020. You really do.
You see, this is one of the biggest problems with even trying to have a good faith dialogue with a Trump supporter. Because they refuse to apply their beloved law and order principles when it comes to Trump and anybody associated with him. But they have no problem doing it if it has to do with their enemy.
Ty, are you asking me to use critical thinking, the word used for conflicting thoughts that I used earlier? I use a lot of words, Ty. I've also been on here for I'm at 3 hours now. I was like, I'm going to do a long stream today. And then I started to realize, I'm like, I don't think I have the stamina for this shit. I talk a lot. You're going to have to help me out. You're going to have to just don't make me play the game, Ty. Just fucking hit me right in the face with what you're saying, okay? Do me a favor right now. Don't try to lead me to the water. Just throw the water on my face.
Hillary Clinton, she questioned the election results of 2016.
In a little bit of a different way, though.
No.
It was definitely different.
She actually questioned the outcome.
You don't see how that's different than Donald Trump spending not only months, but years after the election, undermining every institution.
Anymore,
tell me an institution he undermined. Every institution? Every institution?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you trust Bill Barr?
No.
Do you trust the DOJ?
No.
Do you trust the FBI?
No.
So these are the institutions he's been undermining.
Well, they should be undermined.
Okay, so do you see what I'm saying there? This is where, if somebody were to do that to you, this is where you would stop for a second and you'd say to yourself, okay, I don't believe that Donald Trump undermined these things. Now we're using the critical thinking, Ty, okay? I don't believe that Donald Trump undermined these things. However, this person just asked me if I had any trust in these establishments. And then I said no to all of those questions. Do these two thoughts conflict? In this area, the answer would be yes. And you'd want to ask why. And then you would say to yourself, because if the reasoning behind why I do not have trust and this information coming from these places is because Donald Trump has undermined, through his rhetoric, these institutions, then that means that Donald Trump has undermined these institutions. Now, if you wanted to continue along the line of thought that you still think that you are right, then you should attempt to recognize why you believe those things about those. Now, the next thing he says is because they deserve to be. But the next thing he's going to say is that the evidence is being proved by or provided by Donald Trump, which creates a conflict within that argument. This is what I'm saying is like, even the simplest of arguments can be very complex, and you can't, people just want to appeal to the emotion of the situation. I think, I feel, and if you constantly make I think and I feel statements without any logic backing them up, then you're just having circular conversations because you're never going to admit when you're wrong. There are going to be times where I am going to be incorrect about the things that I speak to. And at those times, if I can't recognize that I am wrong about those things, then I will not learn and I will not progress. It's very important.
Hillary Clinton call the Secretary of State of Georgia and say find X amount of votes? Don't you think that's a little bit different, trying to actively undermine it? Do you remember when Trump called Raffensperger?
In Georgia?
Yeah.
He was not undermining.
You don't think so?
No, he was saying there needs to be an audit to find the ballots because there was plenty of Trump ballots, and they need.
Would people flee if the cartels weren't a threat to them any longer? So the real question to be asked there is, could you stop the cartels from being a threat? And what I would probably suggest in argument to that is to look at other places throughout the world where we have attempted to, like, eliminate ISIS. Wasn't it today that we bombed what is considered to be the global leader of ISIS and supposedly took him out? What's going on with Israel and Gaza right now is a great example. Like, do you 100% believe that Israel is going to eliminate Hamas? Like, that's it, wherever you stand on this subject, what Israel is selling you is that the reason that what they're doing is to defeat Hamas, right? Like, they're not selling you we're wiping out Gaza. They're selling you we're wiping out Hamas. So something that is can be paralleled there would be the cartels. You could say to yourself, do you think that Israel can wipe out Hamas? And my argument would be that you cannot. And that is, by treating people in that way, you're creating more terrorists. The idea on the basis, the foundation of a government saying that they don't want terrorists to exist, obviously it makes sense, right? But to say that you can, destroy them out of existence, I think has been proven over and over and over again to not be true. So the question in something like the cartels would be, if you were able to eliminate the cartels, would you be able to stop that vacuum from being created that would then just suck new people in to take power in those areas? So if we wanted to get further and further into this conversation and go further down that rabbit hole, we would have to say something along the lines of, okay, we send the military in. The military fights within the country in Mexico, supposedly with their agreeance. We'd hope that it would be with their agreeance to take out the cartels. In doing so, we would have to say to ourselves that we understand that there would be collateral damage. So we would have to be okay with innocents and their lives being taken, children, women, men that had nothing to do with it, because just like Hamas, the cartels would surround themselves with civilians. You would then also need to be able to say that the end game of all of it would be that you would not leave behind a smoking pile of rubble that would, obviously, since it's on our doorstep, directly affect our economy, directly affect the type of people that are coming to our border, directly affect international relations, so many more things, directly affect trade through Mexico. So you'd want to say, okay, we need to not create a smoking pile of rubble, so this would have to be done in a very unique and very surgical manner, which, on the very basis, the thought process of that, it just doesn't at this point exist. When people say things like send in SEAL Team 6, they don't understand that a lot of times things like SEAL Team 6 have what's called, what are they called? They're military groups that provide support to them. So SEAL Team 6 doesn't just go in by itself. Generally, there's some type of distraction of sorts that's created by a larger group of military personnel. So it's never just it's not like the movies. Dudes don't just fucking, parachute in and fucking go in and take a dude out and then get out. That's not how any of those things, that's only in the movies that kind of shit happens. A lot of things are much dirtier than that, a lot shadier, things that people don't like. So you'd want to even say so what type of insurgents are you going to have? After you leave, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave military in a place like Mexico that doesn't have the infrastructure to provide for the security of its own nation? So that means that Americans are going to have to police the Mexican. So you know what? Do you see where I'm going? The further and further you go down this rabbit hole, the more and more complicated it becomes. And that's why I would say that's why we have such a problem right now with Donald Trump, is because all of these things that we're talking about take this intense amount of focus to do correctly. And instead of being able to concentrate on those things, Donald Trump has sucked all the air out of the room and made everything about himself. And that has encouraged his opponents to make everything about him as well. And instead of saying, okay, well, we have this really bad problem, shouldn't we focus on it and do something about it? Instead, we have to. Instead, we're over here divided and talking about this person that literally has very little value, if any, to the future of America. Like we're fighting over something that really I just think should not exist in our culture, and I believe it's because people want simple solutions to extremely complicated subjects. What is Redonk saying? Because I know he's saying some stuff. Okay, you're talking about other stuff. We got to hook up with Mexico. Yeah, I believe that. I think that we should be spending more resources to encourage relationships between Mexico and America. I think that so this will get into one of my one of the logics of my values, right? One of the reasons that I'm so optimistic about things, and the reason that I try to constantly provide positive outcomes for things and feedback for things, is because I believe that you can incentivize people towards rewards incentivize people with rewards better than you can punish people out of bad behaviors. I think that we've seen this in our prison systems, where we've tried to rehabilitate criminals through putting them through the prison system, where they just become even worse criminals with better connections and less opportunities when they leave the prison system. And I think that we need to incentivize people towards the goals that we want. This is why, on occasion, people will throw the COVID thing at me. Well, why were they providing money to people to give COVID vaccinations? Well, I would prefer that they were incentivizing the COVID vaccination through rewards rather than punishing people or punishing them into doing the things. I think that that's actually a really good thing. I think that's what they should be doing. So in this case, I think if you're asking me my personal opinion of what we should do, I think we should encourage relationships with Mexico on a scale that we have never done before. I think that we should provide assistance, including American soldiers that are willing to go into Mexico and be used either at Mexico's discretion with America's oversight, or strictly at America's discretion with American oversight and Mexico's help and opinions upon those subjects. And I think that, here it is, guys. You guys are going to fucking hate this, but I think you have to say this. We are a globe. We are a world. We need to stop thinking about ourselves as being this solitary nation and start thinking of ourselves as being a human race that very much depends on each and every individual. People that think that America can be boiled down to this isolationist country that can throw walls up around its entire border to keep everybody else out do not understand that there are so many things that we need from outside of our country that if we shut everybody else off and said, you come to us, we're not coming to you, we would not survive. We would fall. We would fall. And that's one of my main disagreements with Donald Trump's rhetoric. Donald Trump's rhetoric is isolationist. His policies are isolationist. He thinks that you can force people to do things that you want. He thinks it's all take and no give. And you can't do that in business. You can't do that in your personal relationships. And you can't do that as a country in a globe that has other human beings that have interests as well. So here it is. Yeah, you have to incorporate Mexico. You have to say to Mexico, we are your best fucking friend. We love you. You are just like us. You are our people. We are your people. We are one people. And we want to see you do better. Please let us help. And all the anti-globalists just left chat. I'm also like somewhere on a conspiracy theory Reddit right now being accused of being a absolute fucking the craziest stuff possible.
To go through and do an actual audit.
My least favorable thing about President Trump, nothing.
Nothing?
Because you know what? I'm hiring him to run the country.
Nah, it's about balance, Ty. You can't be just one thing or the other. You can't just say I'm going to obliterate or I'm going to rehabilitate. You have to say that there are probably people within the cartels even that don't really want to be a part of that lifestyle. So you need to offer incentivization for them to not be in the cartel. You have to take people that are in no way going to be a benefit to society and figure out what the fuck you want to do with them. I think that we have a real problem with privatized prison systems. And because of that, I have a lot of distrust for our prison system. But I would say the reason that you're confused about my opinion on this is because there is no balance in today's politics. There is no balance in people's thinking nowadays. So I believe both of those things. I believe there are people that probably can be rehabilitated. I believe there are people that will possibly need to be removed in one way, shape, or form. I don't know which one is the right one because I'm just an angry ginger on the fucking internet on a YouTube channel with like 11K subscribers, still working on all this shit while I'm working on fucking running a successful business and being a father and a good husband. I'll try to move it to the top of the priority list as soon as I can. But yeah, my whole life is about balance. There are times when I feel that physical violence is appropriate to defend me and defend those I love. And I believe there are times where you should talk and you should be able to give grace to people. I believe there are times where things like this cartel conversation, where there are times that, there are going to be things that we don't like that we do that seems really bad on the surface, but have positive outcomes for everybody that are good people and that are doing their best to be a part of society. And they're going to be bad for the people that we feel are in the wrong. I believe in balance. What up, Jeremy? So many people don't want to talk about balance. They think it's one way or the other. And when I say balance too, that doesn't mean it's not 70-30. Doesn't mean sometimes it's not 90-10. It doesn't mean that sometimes it's not 100 this way and 100 that way. Balance is literally it's a balancing act. Think of a tight wire person. If you lean one way too far, you fall. If you lean the other way too far, you fall. If you lean one way too far and then you overcorrect by going too far the other way, you fall. Balance is what is missing from, I don't know about the world, but Americans definitely in general, is their ability to see things from multiple points of view, understand that sometimes they're going to be incorrect, and understand that sometimes being honest about what you're incorrect in actually will lead you to better solutions and more positive outcomes. So I hope that answers your question. We're going to start watching this video because I forgot what we're even watching. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. Although I do want to watch Marjorie Taylor Greene do a handstand for Donald Trump's birthday because it's fucking hilarious. If we're going to talk about deep subjects, then let's talk about deep subjects. This is my dude, and this explains a lot of my reasoning behind who I am as a person and what I think about morals and why I believe in balance, and I believe in logical thought, why I believe in critical thinking, why I believe that Donald Trump is the anti of all those things, the opposite of all those things. And this is Jonathan Haidt, who I fucking love, who helped to create my moral ideology as far as that goes. But Jonathan Haidt's amazing. We're going to listen to Jonathan Haidt. This is rather long, and I might get up at one point and go get something to drink or go get something to eat because I've been here for 3 hours already. And this is probably the longest one I've ever done in my life. I appreciate you guys. Please like, please subscribe. Even if you don't agree with my opinions, we can still talk as long as you don't insult me. You don't talk about hurting children. Don't talk about people hurting themselves or hurting others.
I see you all here today.
Norm
a few months ago,
Chomsky!
I got in the car and turned on NPR.
Chomsky's pretty cool.
And the program that was on the air immediately captured my full attention. The guest was commenting about how we'd gotten to a point where America's different ideological factions could no longer even understand each other at all, let alone work together constructively for the common good. He pointed out that while it may be convenient for us to look at our opponents as evil or stupid, they're not evil or stupid. They believe in making a better world just like we do. The guest was...
By the way, I want you guys to know for context, this is from 11 years ago. So this is 2013. This would be right as Trump took office, right? 13 to 17, right?
Jonathan Haidt, who's here to talk to us at Google today. He mentioned to me that he's actually sick of talking about politics, so he's not going to be talking about that subject. Instead, he's going to talk about the group psychology, the group dynamics and psychology that make effective organizations like Google
function as well as they do.
Thanks for asking questions, Ty. I love that shit, man.
Thank you so much.
He's a professor. He's been a professor of psychology at the University of Virginia for 16 years. In the summer, he moved to NYU, where he's starting a program to study complex social systems. He's the author of The Happiness
Hypothesis.
The Happiness Hypothesis and The Righteous Mind, which opened at number 6 on the New York Times bestseller list. By the way, the book is for sale over in the corner here. Nadine from Books Inc. has the book for $10, which is heavily subsidized, courtesy of Google. So grab a copy and get it autographed at the end. Now, fresh from an interview with Michael Krasny on Forum, please welcome Dr. Jonathan Haidt.
Thanks so much, David. So hive psychology.
Exactly, James. What
bees,
James just
that's
said.
Kind of creepy and gross. Why would I come here and give you guys a lecture about
bigger than
hives and bees?
It's much bigger than Trump.
As David mentioned, my last book was The Happiness Hypothesis, Finding Modern Truth and Ancient Wisdom, and I reviewed great ideas from across.
So this book, I've had this argument with people, and I don't want to get into it right now because I've already been talking forever. But this book and the book from William von Hippel, which is called The Social Leap, is what I formed my foundation for my belief that morals come from evolution and from social situations and hunter-gatherer tribes, and that religion later on used them because they are incredibly good, but for reasons of control, some of them good, some of them bad. And why I have a difficulty accepting institutionalized religion, not spirituality, not a belief in God, not a belief in a creator, but institutionalized religion. Why I think it's a bad thing, because I believe it's a form of control. And once again, a place where you don't get to have critical thinking. So if you're interested in a really good book, The Happiness Hypothesis really explains emotions in a very easy to understand way, a very biological way. And then The Social Leap explains where we may have had a doubling in size in our brains from social situations and not specifically from opposable thumbs. And those are two very good books. So Happiness Hypothesis, I tell everybody they should read. I've sent so many people. There's an audio book of The Happiness Hypothesis on YouTube, and it's an incredibly good book. It was very determinative in the way that I established my beliefs with morals. So you guys should check that out.
Across cultures, across the eras, and evaluated them in terms of what we now know in modern psychology. And Chapter 10 reviewed ideas about happiness, where it comes from, and how really the deepest forms of happiness come from between.
Straight facts, no chasers,
the right
my
kinds
dude,
of connection and embeddedness.
Yeah, I love him.
And there wasn't much research to review, just a lot of claims from people long dead. But the way I summarized it was mystical experience is an off button for the self. When the self is turned off, people become just a cell in the larger body, a bee in the larger hive. And I reviewed religious experiences, all kinds of awe experiences. And I've long been an awe junkie myself. I will do almost anything to get experiences of awe. So I really was kind of proud of this sentence.
And Jonathan Haidt he's a Jewish atheist. So obviously he's Jewish by heritage, but he's an atheist in his beliefs. And one of the things I really like about Jonathan Haidt is that he talks about spirituality in the same way like a Sam Harris talks about spirituality. And that's the observance that a belief in something bigger than yourself isn't bad. Like approaching situations and attempting to experience awe is actually very ingrained in us. And so things like gospel music, I love gospel music, right? And I even feel what people feel that makes them think about a larger, something bigger than themselves when listening to gospel music. I get why. But for me, a person like me, I need that explained in terms that are understandable, and Jonathan Haidt and people like Jonathan Haidt do that very well.
So I thought, oh, great, this is one of the things that I care most about. But there wasn't much more to say about it. Well, I went on to then write this new book, The Righteous Mind.
We've moved on to science, Mike.
There has been a little bit of research on this, and thinking about morality and where it comes from has helped me think through this hivishness, this groupishness, that is one of the most important facts and features of human nature. So this is the cover of my book in the United States, where the slash, I think, perfectly captures what it feels like to be an American these days. Something is torn, something is ripped, something is wrong. In the UK, they have a different cover, which I think works just as well in the United States. It looks like that. Now, the book is, in a sense, very simple in that it's really just about 3 ideas. If you get these 3 ideas, you get moral psychology. So the 3 ideas are, first, intuitions come first, strategic reasoning second. That's what my early research was on. And if you've read Malcolm Gladwell and Blink and know about all...
And this is something I've said a million times. And a lot of the stuff that I have said, I did not get from Jonathan Haidt. I just agree with him on a level that is kind of insane. Intuitions come first. So here, let's go back a second.
Now, the book is, in a sense, very simple in that it's really just about 3 ideas. If you get these 3 ideas, you get moral psychology. So the 3 ideas are, first...
Okay, intuitions come first, strategic reasoning comes second. So this is why I keep saying that people have the right ideas but the wrong arguments, is because your intuition tells you that something is wrong. Intuitively, you know that if too many people were coming across the border, that would be really bad. Intuitively, you know that, restricting religious freedoms would be bad. Intuitively, you know, restricting free speech would be bad. But your strategic reasoning comes second. So if you only allow yourself to get to the first stage, which is in the scientific method where you would form a hypothesis about your idea, then you never get to that second portion. You never get to the strategic portion of your thinking where you're analyzing statistics, looking at studies, reading articles, digging deep, looking at a meta-analysis. If you never get to that point, then you're stuck in this rut of I think and I feel. And that is, in my opinion, where my good friend Angela Knight said people just snorkel, they never deep dive on things, they only stay on the just underneath the surface of a question where their feelings are and never get down to real information, is one of the biggest problems in our society, is that people only snorkel, they only want to stop at the first part, they never want to get to the second part.
Intuitions come first, strategic reasoning second. That's what my early research was on. And if you've read Malcolm Gladwell and Blink and know about all the research on implicit cognition, you're familiar with some of that work.
Really America?
The second
I like
part
Really American
is
media.
on the principle that there's more to morality than harm and fairness. This is about how liberals and conservatives build their moral worlds
I haven't watched
on different
a lot,
sets
though.
of moral foundations. This is what every newspaper and radio radio station that interviews me wants to talk about because of the election year. And as David said, I'm sick and tired of talking about it, and I'd much rather talk to you about high
I also
and
feel like
awe.
Jonathan Haidt there.
So that comes out of part 3 of the book, Morality Binds and Blinds. That's where it comes from. It comes in part from this novel ability we humans have to be bound together into teams that are not kin, that can work together towards higher goals.
And one of the reasons I want to watch this, because these are the things that MAGA has done. So they stopped at step 1. They have not moved to step 2. So they have created I think and I feel statements about things that are extremely emotional, right? And then it binds and blinds. So they have created, and this is why James earlier said it's not about Trump, it's about Project 2025 and the other people around him, that's true. Donald Trump, if you understand what's going on with Project 2025, may even be tossed out once 2025 is done with him. There's a belief within certain circles that Donald Trump is just a convenient way to get the ideology into office, and then that if they are capable of doing the things that they want to do with removing people from the FBI, removing people from different administration portions, cutting administration, that they'll no longer need Donald Trump, and that they might actually find a way to get somebody that's a little bit smarter into his position that could be more effective. Because Donald Trump doesn't really actually express the ideology that Project 2025 wants him to. Donald Trump is just pandering and doing whatever it takes to get people to love him and give him their vote, and he doesn't really give a fuck where it comes from. He just wants to say the things to the lowest common denominator that will make them vote for him. That's not what Project 2025 wants. Project 2025 one is actually made up of some pretty intelligent people with some very nefarious purposes. And if they can get somebody better into office than Donald Trump, they will do so. So when he says it binds and blinds, you have to recognize that the people that are under Donald Trump, he's the glue that has bound them together. But once they've been blinded and they no longer have to be controlled in the same manner, and they just have to continue to brainwash these people and keep them thinking along the same lines and keep them as a hive, no longer will somebody like Donald Trump be necessary to the running of the organization or to the plan, the 2025 plan. Instead, at that point, they can continue their rhetoric and stuff sans Donald Trump. And that's why this is really important for us to be able to not just watch videos on stuff like Trump supporters saying crazy shit, but also to hear a person like Jonathan Haidt explain it in terms of psychology, moral psychology, and logic. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I did it.
And you're familiar with some of that work. The second part is on the principle that there's more to morality than harm and fairness. This is about how liberals and conservatives build their moral worlds on different sets of moral foundations. This is what every newspaper and radio station that interviews me wants to talk about because of the election year. And as David said, I'm sick and tired of talking about it, and I'd much rather talk to you about hivishness and awe. So that comes out of part 3 of the book, Morality Binds and Blinds. That's where it comes from. It comes in part from this novel ability we humans have to be bound together into teams that are not kin, that can work together towards higher goals. And one particular chapter is on hive psychology, and I thought it'd be fun, since I'm here talking to one of the most novel and interesting companies in the world, to talk about hive psychology, and let's see in our discussion afterwards how well these ideas apply to what you experience here at Google. So, perhaps the most overrated or overhyped idea in the social sciences in the last 70 years has been the idea that people are basically selfish, that our fundamental nature is selfish. Economists have told us that for decades. Political scientists have told us that people vote for their self-interest. Evolutionists, such as Richard Dawkins, told us about selfish genes, which they can make us cooperate with our kin and in cases of reciprocity. But by and large, as Dawkins said, let us try to teach generosity and altruism because we are born selfish. Yeah. George Williams.
So that actually goes along a little bit with what I was just saying, right? Let's try to teach generosity and altruism because we are born selfish. Altruism, I know I've had this circular argument with people, and I understand that altruism is a circular argument. Like, people will claim that no person is 100% altruistic, like everybody has a reward that they want. But I do believe that you can teach altruism. I do believe that one of the failings on the right is this necessity of the self. Like, that if you don't have 100% self, then you lose all your freedoms, because eventually that leads to communism. Eventually that leads to people taking your stuff. And to me, that's that forever living on the slippery slope that is, it's scary, and it's not a way to live. Instead, oftentimes where we find the most happiness in our lives is in encouraging others, helping others, supporting others. The reason I like doing this channel is not because I make a bunch of money off it, but because I enjoy coming on here and hearing people say, thank you, you make my brain work, thank you, you make me think about things. Patron Saint Tamika, that was one of the things that she had said before she passed, was that, like, she said, you make my mind work, you make me think, and that makes me so much happier. And that's what we're here for, is to help others, to really put ourselves in places where we can encourage others to do well, because the better they do, the better we do. And it's a circle jerk of happiness, okay? So I really like this idea of that we should teach generosity and altruism, which is the left, because we are born selfish, which is the right. So it's like you can look at that in certain ways of like the right can provide a foundation of understanding of what the rules for freedom should be, but the left should be encouraging the legislation and the future of America and where we can be, because the left tends to be more outside of the person. But you can also see where the two should exist together.
Is an accidental capability produced in its boundless stupidity by a biological process that is normally opposed to the expression of such a capability. So the view is human nature is selfish, we can transcend it, we can act in ways that go against our fundamental nature, but our fundamental nature is selfish. Now, this view has been widely embraced in business schools and in the business community, and it's been embraced even more strongly by people who hate business. Here's an essay that was published in the New York Times last week, Capitalists and Other Psychopaths. It reported, down at the bottom you see it reported, now when it came out in paper, it said a 2010 study found that 10% of a sample of corporate managers met a clinical threshold for being labeled psychopaths. I read that and I said, that's nonsense, that can't possibly.
I actually received a message or an email from a conspiracizer that actually quoted that information, and that information is incorrect. And it just goes to show you once again that these people don't look into the things that they believe. They see the headline, they read the meme, they watch the TikTok, and then boom, they automatically believe that that's a thing. But that's actually, that information was incorrect.
Be true, and I was right, the guy just made up that number. The actual study that he was quoting said 4%, which is even still probably too high. But the point is that there's a narrative out there about business.
I actually agree with you.
That
you don't like
it is
my
a bunch
music,
of psychopaths,
so you know.
and that explains why businesses act the way they act. It's because of that narrative, that long-standing narrative, which I suppose goes back to the 19th century, that Google, of course, came up with its identity, its brand, which is don't be evil. But then, of course, people being what they are, there are many cynics on the web who think that Google is evil.
Which is really pertinent, because lots of people think Google is super evil now.
My talk today is about how our nature is other than this. Our nature is not entirely selfish. There's been a kind of a little boomlet in the last 10 years or so on altruism. A lot of people reject this idea and want to prove, no, people are deeply altruistic. And there are cases like Mother Teresa, although from her biography, as I understand it, even Mother Teresa wasn't exactly like Mother Teresa. But there are cases of people who devote themselves to helping others. That's interesting, but I think actually that's not really where the action is. If you want to understand what's so amazing about human beings, don't go looking for all the cases where we do extreme acts of altruism for strangers. Rather, what's really remarkable about us is our extraordinary cooperation. We're just really cooperative. You guys have all cooperated more than 100 times.
So this is something, and I swear to God, I didn't get this from Jonathan Haidt, and when he said this shit, I was like, God damn it, that's my thing. I've always said that human beings are somewhere between ants and cats, that we like the very selfish nature of a cat, but we're also very communal like ants, and I've always provided as evidence of that when people do things in lockstep. Like there's experiments that they've done on people that experience this like weird unity, this like almost humming of your being when you do things the same as others in concert to accomplish a goal. And like the psychology of that is really crazy. And he's about to say something, but he uses different animals, and of course they're way cooler than the ones I picked. So
since breakfast, it's just when you walk in the hallway, when you drive on the road, we're all cooperating all the time.
That's why it can't.
There's a particular kind of cooperation I'll focus on, which I'll call groupishness, and I'm calling it this to be able to make a very precise comparison to selfishness, because when I say as a psychologist that we are selfish, our nature is in part selfish. What I mean is that the human mind contains a variety of mental mechanisms that make us adept at promoting our own interests in competition with our peers. Of course, we're good at that. Of course, we evolved these complex minds that make us selfish very often. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that's not the whole story. We are also groupish, by which I mean our minds contain a variety of mental mechanisms that make us adept at promoting our group's interest in competition with other groups. I'm arguing that we focus too much in the social sciences on the competition of individual versus individual, and not enough on the competition of group versus group, which I believe has also shaped our mind.
And that's what we're looking at right now in this political sphere, right? Like, that's why I think that there's a weird equation where removing yourself from the group but still holding the values of the group could be beneficial to the situation that we have right now in our political sphere. The ability to remove you from the group but continue to express the values that made you want to join the group in the first place without the boundaries, rules, regulations that confine you within the group. The fact that you can't speak out against the group, the fact that you can't, if you're in a pro-life group, if you say, well, I don't mind being pro-life, but they can be pro-choice, that may exclude you from the group, may stop you from doing those things. So when he gets into talking about group versus group competition, I think that like there could be something that's a little bit less structured as far as group versus group, and instead it should be more of like, what is it, a Venn diagram, where you have people that believe certain things on the right and people that believe certain things on the left, but then there's the middle ground where they do actually agree on a lot of things, but they never get to the point where they're allowed to say that, because if they do say that, then they will be removed from the group. And then when you add in the extremes, specifically, and I'm going to harp on this because that's what my channel does, the extremes of the right wing, the MAGA supporters, you have even more purity testing, even more structuring, even more roles on the group on the right, to where if they speak out at all, they will be pushed out of the group, out of the hive, and it feels really bad to be apolitical. And so a lot of people don't want to be pushed out of that group, and that's why I continue to say that I think that people should profess values that they believe in, but do not attach them to a group, so that way you don't have to worry about being removed from that group, if that makes any sense.
That's a side story about multi-level selection, group selection versus individual selection. We don't need to get into that today, but that's the background to part of what I'm saying here.
You do have to control.
The reason I believe this, the reason I began studying groupishness as a moral psychologist, that is, I'm a social psychologist, but I specialize in the study of morality. The reason I study this is because I was studying these moral emotions, like moral elevation. And I just found there's so many ways that people have found to shut down their selves, shut down self-interest, transcend the self. The metaphor that I'll use is that it's as though there's a staircase in our minds, and there's a kind of a door that sometimes opens, very rarely, but most of us have had it open. There's kind of a door that opens. It's as though there's a kind of like a secret staircase. And when this door opens, it invites us to go up. We climb the staircase, and we emerge into a different realm, a realm in which we are fundamentally different. We transcend ourselves, and it isn't just different, it's ecstatic. It feels wonderful. Mm-hmm. Most of us are familiar with these experiences in nature. Raise your hand if you have ever climbed a mountain or gone out in nature specifically to experience some sort of an altered state of consciousness, a state of self-transcendence. Please raise your hand. Okay, so right, especially here in Northern California, you kind of stumble out to get the milk and that seems to happen to you. But anyway, most of us are familiar with this kind of experience. Ralph Waldo Emerson described it, I think, in the most eloquent way that it has ever been described, just describing what it's like to go for a walk in the woods in New England. And I've had some animators animate his words. These are from an essay from, I think, 1839. Again, it's as though the staircase opens, the door opens, you go up the staircase, and here's what he said about it.
In the woods, these plantations of God, a decorum and sanctity reign. Standing on the bare ground, my head bathed by the blithe air, and uplifted into infinite space, all mean egotism vanishes. I become a transparent eyeball. I am nothing. I see all. The currents of the universal being circulate through me. I am the lover of uncontained and immortal beauty.
So he had lines like all mean.
And so what I think is happening here is he's right. Anybody that gets outside and goes into nature feels that like connectedness with the earth, right? Like I'm not a woo-woo person. I'm not a person that talks a lot of metaphysical stuff. I tend to be pretty like, whatever brain it is or whatever, where I'm just like, I see things as they are and I like them to be that way. I try not to, I'm not a horoscope person or any of those things. I don't have any problems with people being those types of people. In fact, I enjoy those types of people a lot in my life, but me, myself, I'm not very woo-woo. And so I can tell you that I still feel those feelings of being one with nature, for experiencing the awe of the world, regardless of how much we know about it, regardless of the insane amounts of information we're constantly, finding out about it, and we're stripping away the I don't know, the misinformation. We're becoming better educated to our world. We're stripping away the not the stigma. God damn it, I'm fucking up on this world. I've been on here too long. But at the end of the day, you feel a connection with it, even though there's nothing hiding anymore. We know what the trees are. We know what the birds are. We know what the water is. But it still feels so mystical. It still feels like a part of us and it makes us happy. And I think what's happening when he talks about the hive mind creating a very similar reaction amongst the group is that people aren't going out into nature anymore. People aren't going outside. People aren't experiencing these different realities than the one that they experience when they're sitting behind a computer screen, when they're on social media, when they're on their phone. And so in some ways, I think that people are substituting that awe that they would feel from something like nature for instead the hive mind group mentality of being around like-minded echo chambers that then instead give you like kind of this sense of belonging and awe that you're all doing the same thing. You're all accomplishing something. So that's kind of like what I got from him when he was talking about that.
Egotism vanishes. Again, this self-transcendent nature of nature experiences.
Scott, I know you're woo-woo, but that's why I like you. Like
William James, one of the founders of American psychology, wrote a book called Varieties of Religious Experience, where he catalogs all these sorts of experiences. And he noted that they don't just make us happy, they don't just make us feel good. They make us feel different, that our self is fundamentally changed. People don't come back from these experiences saying, I can do anything. Now I'm going to make as much money as I can, as quickly as I can. Rather, they come back experiencing a moral commitment and a desire to serve, to be part of something larger. Many of the world's religions have developed techniques and technologies to foster these self-transcendent experiences. Meditation is one developed especially in most of the Eastern religions. Many of the world's religions discovered psychedelic drugs, substances that can, within 30 minutes, attain the kind of self-transcendence that sometimes takes years of study through meditation to achieve. This is from a 16th century Aztec scroll showing a mushroom eater about to...
That's crazy. And once again, meditation is something that just doesn't exist in our society. And I'm not saying certain people don't go into it, but I'm just saying of the majority, we never stop thinking. We never stop having things fed to us, and constantly we're overwhelmed with the amount of thinking we have to do. We're exhausted by it. We're never stopping. Like even for me, like, right? Like I have kids I have to take care of. I have a wife that needs me to be supportive. I have a full-time job. I have this, which I think is really important. And so there's really no time that I ever get to just sit and not think. And I love to think. So that's maybe a good thing for me, but I think for a lot of people, it can actually be a great deterrent. So as R's wife said, what I'm getting at is people need to go outside more often. People need to experience nature more often. People need to every once in a while say to themselves, though I think that these other things are very important and it's good that I think about them, that right now I'm just not going to. I'm going to take a minute because it's balance. Once again, it's that you can't help others unless you yourself are in a good place. And if you are mentally exhausted from constantly doing these things, if you're mentally exhausted from fighting the fight, and you never take a time out between rounds for yourself and keep yourself happy, then I think you end up where MAGA has wound up. and that is that they never stop thinking about this. People come on here and they say, all you do is talk about Trump. They miss the fact that I don't talk about Trump. I'm talking about Trump supporters. But that's like the argument, right? And it's like, no, that's not what I do. I love sports. I enjoy watching sports. I still love the things that I love. My children, I love interacting with children. I love hanging out with my wife. I love watching TV shows and movies. I love reading books. I have all these other hobbies. I play disc golf. I like to go play disc golf to be out in nature. And I think that that's like something that's really missing from the MAGA world, is that everything that they do is surrounding, and it's exhausting them, and it's mentally breaking them. And I think that's why they talk about things like a civil war, is because they can't imagine what they would do if Donald Trump loses. So the only possible they can think about is that they would have to act out or fight physically against it. I think a lot of what he said, and like I said, this is 11 years ago. This is before MAGA. A lot of what he says in some way can be seen as something to do with what's going on with MAGA now.
Consume a mushroom, and as soon as he eats it, this god is going to yank him up the staircase into the other world. Now, we don't know much about the Aztecs' religion and to what degree it was a moral transformation. But in the 60s, there was a great deal of interest in psychedelic drugs. There was research on it. A famous study by Walter Pahnke, in conjunction with Timothy Leary, gave psilocybin or niacin pills. It was a placebo-controlled study. They gave pills to divinity students in the basement of a chapel at Boston University. And all 10 of the students who took psilocybin had religious experiences. And those who took niacin, they first felt, you feel a flush, it makes you feel like something's happening. They were really psyched. They said, yes, I'm one of the ones who got the pill. But it was just niacin, and that quickly faded, and then nothing else happened. So the subjects who got the psilocybin experienced profound transformations, as one of them put it, feelings of connectedness with everybody and everything. So again, these many, many roots of self-transcendence which have a morally transformative effect. This is what I'm interested in. Many of the world's religions use circling, rhythmic movements to create an altered state in which one gets closer to God.
And you know a trippy thing about this? And I was thinking about this because my son's on the spectrum. My son's an Aspie. And I ended up in a conversation with a woman in my store about a month ago. And she mentioned that her daughter was on the spectrum. And I said, oh, and she mentioned working with IEPs. And I said, well, if you need to know anything about IEPs or need help, I can help you with those things. I think California's IEP system is actually really good and really helpful. And we started talking about parenting a person on the spectrum. And she was talking about certain things for stimming. Which stimming, if you don't know about it, for like a lot of autistic kids, it's like flapping their hands or moving in a certain way, and that like releases dopamine. It makes them happy, makes them feel good. And this, in my opinion, so I have really weird theories on autism. I actually believe that autism as a whole is something that is moving us further along in the human race, that we are evolving towards things like autism and becoming more mental and less physical. And that because of the less restraints on physical, because we need less physical and we are much more mental now, that I believe that we're evolving towards the mental, right? Like that's where we're going. So I look at something like autism and people that are on the higher functioning end of the spectrum as being almost an example of what people could be in the future. And maybe that's just something that I believe because my son is on the spectrum and he's a fucking incredibly intelligent, awesome human being. And I'd love to see people become like him. But in doing so, she said, I like going to dance. And I think that for me, that's my stimming, is that like I'm in my happy place when I'm dancing. And I kind of just, because I have diarrhea of the mouth, said, talking's my stimming. And I said that, but I think I actually believe it, because oftentimes I could be having a really bad day. I have, something at the store that's going crazy. I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to work things out. I'm like trying to, figure out all these analytics and numbers and stuff and how to make them work. And then I come home and I get on here and I talk to you guys and I feel way better. And like immediately I'm engaged. Conversations, like I can sit there and I look at reports so long and I'm like working these numbers out and I'm trying to figure it out and I'm so quiet. And then somebody will wander into the room, and they'll go, "Oh, did you hear that they're finding Dyson spheres, or they're looking for Dyson spheres throughout the universe?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah," and they like start talking, and boom, I feel good immediately. It's my stimming, and I wonder, when I look at stuff like this, when I look at the circling and the hand holding and the gospel, and I wonder to myself, is everybody stimming? But it's only apparent to us when it comes to people on the spectrum, because it's hand flapping or something that seems so far out of the ordinary, which is just weird that we even care about that. Like somebody flapping their hand like irritates people. It's crazy that annoys them. But anyways, everybody, I think, in some way performs a type of stimming. And that's why things like religion are so impactful, because it is the group think. It is the blind it binds, and it is the stimming of a group together. And I think that's why it has such like a profound, impactful thing on people.
And if you put this all together, you put chemicals that alter the brain with movement that also triggers ancient circuits, what you get is a rave. It was discovered in the 1980s.
I bet it is,
put, ecstasy and certain kinds of music together, you can achieve certain altered states of consciousness. And it's not just a celebration of hedonism, it's peace, love, unity, and respect. Again, unity, it's a sense of oneness, togetherness, transcending the self. And here's the weirdest place of all, which is war. War is hell, of course, but many journalists, when they serve with the men and women down in the trenches, they find that actually war unites people like nothing else.
That's why I'm a secular
and it gives,
humanist.
Warriors experiences that they cherish for the rest of their lives. There's an extraordinary book by Glenn Gray, who served in the American Army in World War II and D-Day, and came back and wrote a book. He wrote a book in which he interviewed many other veterans, and he describes the experience of communal effort in battle. Once again, I've had this animated. I hope we can keep the volume louder this time. Here it goes.
Many veterans will admit that the experience of communal effort in battle has been the high point of their lives.
Headbanging is stimming, James.
I passes insensibly
100%.
into a we. My becomes our. An individual fate loses its central importance. I believe that it is nothing less than the assurance of immortality that makes self-sacrifice at these moments so relatively easy. I may fall, but I do not die. For that which is real in me goes forward and lives on in the comrades for whom I gave up my life.
I passes insensibly into a we, me becomes our, and individual fate loses its central importance.
And that can be really dangerous. And that's why nationalism, when you hear people like Marjorie Taylor Greene say things like, "What's wrong with being nationalistic?" It's either she doesn't understand what she's talking about, which is, I hate to say it, actually a possibility, or she wants to control people just as much as the rest of these fucks do. Because at the end of the day, when you lose yourself in that way, you do start to lose your moral compass. You start to be guided by the compass of those around you. And that's why, so a lot of people don't understand why when military people come back, it's not always just the things that they saw while they're there. It's also that loss of companionship. It's that loss of having the people that supported you and were your friends, and then you come back to America and you kind of have this every person for themselves freedom of people that are very selfish. And so a lot of military people that come back in have a really hard time adapting back into society, because they lived in this place or in this time where what they were all doing was focus on one objective, and people were supportive of each other, and it didn't matter. You didn't care about race, you didn't care about gender, you didn't care about sexuality, you didn't care about age, you didn't care about any of those things. And then you come back to America and all of these things are hyper important. And once again, it's finding the balance between self and the group, and when it's appropriate to join with the group mentality and add your existence to that group, or when it's important to look to the self and realize that, like I said before, you can't help others if you can't help yourself, right? So you shouldn't be joining the group if you're broken. You should be figuring your own shit out and then joining, so you give something. But obviously it can be very, very bad as well, because when you have a group that doesn't do that work, and I'm speaking of MAGA right now, is when you don't have people that are doing the work on self before joining group, and instead the only reason they're joining group is to have connection and to stop thinking, to instead say all these other people believe what I believe. What is it? It's the QAnon thing where one goes, we all go. Like, that is bad hive mind thinking, and that is what my main issue with institutionalized religion as well. And I draw a lot of parallels between the MAGA crowd and institutionalized religion.
If bees could speak, I think this is the sort of thing that they would say. So it's because of these experiences.
Yeah,
they're so ubiquitous. You find them all over the world, across the eons. It's as though we were designed to be able to lose ourselves. At very least, there's something in our minds that makes it easy to do so. This is what led me to formulate what I call the hive psychology hypothesis. It's a hypothesis.
Person. Yeah.
But my claim is that human nature, and this part's a metaphor, not a hypothesis. Human nature is 90% bee, 90% chimp, 10% bee. That's the metaphor.
So he had better animals, but that was pretty much what I said. I don't know if I agree 90%, 10%. I think that we're moving more towards a little bit of a different ratio in our society because of the groupthink that is being formed.
Percent B. That's
on
the
all
metaphor.
levels.
The idea is that most of our society, across the eons, it's as though we were designed to be able to lose ourselves. At very least, there's something in our minds that makes it easy to do so. This is what led me to formulate what I've called the hive psychology hypothesis. It's a hypothesis. But my claim is that
human nature is 90% chimp, 10% bee. Most of our sociality is strategic, selfish, like that of chimps, but we have the ability to forget our self-interest and lose ourselves in something larger than ourselves, like bees. And that's, like I said, I didn't steal this from Jonathan Haidt, I swear to God. It's just one of those weird times where you're like, dude, that's what I'm thinking. This is where, like, we fucking, like, you know, obviously Jonathan Haidt has years of psychology and has, you know, formed these ideas from his background and his experience, and I formed mine from watching people. And I said people are like ants and cats, and he said people are like chimpanzees and bees. It's the same thing, you know. But like I said, I think people actually have moved further away from the self and more towards the group without realizing it, because they've been telling themselves the whole time that they're thinking of the self, but really they're giving up the self to be the group, so that way they don't have the responsibility of taking in all the information that they've had to stay up to date with being important in the society. They've given up the self because being the self now is very hard. It's very difficult to continue to be unique in any type of way and still keep up with all the information that we're constantly being overloaded in the day and age of information. And I always refer to what we're in now as the day and age of information, and what we're entering into, in my opinion, with the advent of AI, is the age of understanding. And I think that people that can enter the age of understanding will still have a lot of the self. They'll understand why and what they need to know and what they don't need to know and what they're being exhausted and overwhelmed by, and they can move on with the self without having to give it up to the group, so that way they don't have to do the work. But that's, like, you know, we're getting very psychological.
Human nature, and this part's a metaphor, not a hypothesis. Human nature is 90% bee, 90% chimp, 10%
We're talking about, like,
That's
theory
the
of mind, you don't?
The idea is that most of our sociality is strategic or selfish. When you read books on human nature and our evolution, we're invariably compared to other animals, and the author will trace out kin selection, reciprocal altruism. So we're able to cooperate as other animals are, but it's ultimately for our own benefit, just like chimpanzees. But we have the ability to forget our self-interest and lose ourselves in something larger than ourselves, like bees. And my claim here is that we are like bees, in part because we went through a parallel process of evolution as bees did, namely a long period of group versus group competition, which chimps didn't really go through, or our primate ancestors didn't go through, but group-selected species do. So we're very good in situations that call for every man for himself. This is a photo of a tomato fight in Spain. Everybody throws tomatoes at everybody. But I would note that they actually had to all get together, agree on the rules, get a permit. Yep. They're all having fun. So actually, even this is not really every man for himself.
It's that is the hypocrisy of the libertarian movement. Every man for himself has never truly existed and never really actually exists. The idea that every person can have individual freedoms that don't in some way impact others negatively, and that's a form of government, is the hypocrisy of libertarianism.
Himself, but we're good at it. We can do that. But we are especially good at one for all for one. All right, how does that happen? Well, let's look at sociality. Let's step back and look at what forms sociality takes in the animal kingdom. Many, many animals are social. Darwin wrote about this and noted that it is often adaptive to hang out with others, not because they work together as a team, but because the odds are you won't be the slowest out of the 1,000 deer, and so when the lion comes, it'll be your neighbor that gets eaten and not you. So deer are like this. They live in herds, and these herds are not cooperative at all. It's just safety in numbers. There's no teamwork. So this does not provide a good metaphor for anything in the corporate.
And MAGA kind of reminds you of the herd of deer, right? Like, it's like there's enough of us, and all of us are saying dumb shit. Well, hopefully I'm not the one that gets clipped.
World, I don't think there are any corporations that are herds.
Yeah,
all right, but let's move up a little bit. A lot of animals live in packs. Now, packs are very different. Packs, you especially find them among carnivores because teamwork lets them take down larger prey. Jesus 4 wolves Christ. Working together can take down a much larger animal. But a wolf pack is a rough place to be. There's constant competition for status and resources. Well, now it's beginning to sound more familiar. So familiar, in fact, that many textbooks of organizational behavior specifically feature wolves. And we train our MBA students to be effective wolves. Most companies, I think, can be analogized to wolf packs. Teamwork lets them take down larger prey. They can do things that they could not do as individuals, but there's constant competition for status and resources. So that works. That works throughout most of the business world. Raise your hand if the description I've just given you describes what it's like to work at Google. Okay, I thought not. Although, of course, if you did raise your hand, I'm sure there are cameras everywhere, and who knows what would happen to you. But for you, I think you will resonate more towards the third alternative, which is hives. Only a few kinds of species live in hives. It's only been discovered a few times in the evolution of life on Earth, a few dozen times, actually.
Man, I got, one time I was dumb enough, I was trying to chop down this tree, and I noticed that there was hornets, but I checked, and I was like, oh, there's no hive. I don't see a hive. It's fine. So I start whacking this tree with this fucking axe, and this hornet kind of flies past me. I'm like, whatever. It's fine. Whack it 2 or 3 more times. Next thing you know, my back is just burning. And I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And I'm actually down a hill too. And the hornets, they put a pheromone on you to attract other hornets to tell them to attack you. And I think I got stung something like 13 to 15 times all over my head, neck, and face. And I was running up the hill with my shirt pulled over my head as these hornets are just fucking just going at it. And apparently they're ground hornets. And I ended up, my kids are really young. My kids are like 3 years old, maybe 1 year old, 4 and 1 or something like that. And I fucking come running through the house, and my whole body is just on fire. It felt like somebody had lit me on fire. And I ran into the shower, tore off all my clothes, jumped in the shower, turned on cold water, and I'm just like sitting there going, and at this point I don't know that it's a hornets either. So I had seen a big spider web, so I thought maybe a spider had fallen on me, all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I start looking, I just got welts all over me. And they're all like, big red bumps. And luckily, I went to put my shirt back on, and one of the hornets fell out. And let me tell you, I killed the shit out of that hornet, okay? I stomped on it repeatedly. But that was the worst pain I think I've ever felt in my life. And I felt a lot of pain. I have a really high threshold for pain. Something about gingers. Gingers supposedly have a high threshold for pain. I have a high threshold for pain. I that was some of the most painful shit I have ever felt in my life. And I like called my wife. She's like at work or whatever, and she's like, I don't know, are you gonna be? I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know what did this to me. And I ended up having to sleep with ice packs on all the bites, because for the next like 12 to 16 hours, my body, it was like a sunburn. I know a little something about sunburns. It was like a fucking like 2nd degree or 1st degree sunburn. And I just had ice packs. And when the ice packs would melt, I would wake up in pain. So I'd have to go get a frozen ice pack and put it back on me. And a lot of them were on my head. So my head was just swollen and so painful. And I think about that and I'm like, thank God MAGA people can't just put a pheromone on you and all attack you at the same time.
The Hymenoptera were the main discoverers of this way of living.
Crazy,
the bees,
right,
wasps,
Dark?
and ants.
And
they are able to live in gigantic colonies with massive division of labor.
It's
and
so
they're able to
gnarly.
do it because they're all sisters. They suppress breeding, so they're really all in the same boat, all in the same hive. It's one for all for one. There was a species of cockroach that discovered this form of living, and their bodies morphed into those that we now call termites. And there's one species of mammal that did it, the naked mole rat. In all 5 of these cases, it's the same trick. Suppress breeding, so that you have just one queen who lays all the eggs or gives birth to all the babies, and now everybody's interest, their biological interest, is one for all for one. Keep the queen alive, keep the babies alive. And so they're able to cooperate.
And does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? Their whole thought process is we have to keep this one person going. All for one, one for all. Like, that is the MAGA movement to a T. And like I said, I told you guys the other day that one person was in chat and was like talking about Trump stuff. And I said, you guys all think because you're conspiracy theorists that you're so unique, that you say things that are different than everybody else, but you guys constantly repeat the same shit that each other says. And that person actually said, no, I'm not. I'm not unique. I am part of the group, and we all have the same ideas. And that was kind of a moment for me where I was like, oh, shit, it's changed. They have given up the sense of self. They are willing now to openly admit that the only thing they care about is this one individual and having them become successful. Like, that's some scary stuff when you talk about the future of what the MAGA movement
massively build gigantic nests thousands of times larger than any individual. It's really quite extraordinary what they can do, but it's not hard to explain because it's straight kinship. Now, once you get hive living, you can get this amazing division of labor, and you can get the group functioning as a superorganism. This is an image of giant Asian honeybees.
Mind you, I think this is where the MAGA thing breaks down, because I don't think there's enough sane people in the MAGA group to be able to really create a real structure. So that's why Project 2025 is actually much scarier than MAGA. In fact, you could think of Project 2025 and MAGA in the terms of like a military movement in like one of these like apocalypse movies, right? There's always the groups of individual groups of people that do the dirty work, the infantry, the ones that go out and they attack people, they do really bad things. And then there's almost always this group of people that are like the religious sect, the higher tier people that have much more structure. And that's when you think about where Project 2025 is and you think about MAGA, you don't tend to put the two together. At least I don't, right? Because Project 2025 as a whole is a little too highbrow for MAGA. MAGA is much more crass. MAGA is much more like conspiracy theory. MAGA is much more like hateful and angry and rhetoric filled. Whereas Project 2025 is much more that old school. You do things within the system and manipulate it, and you don't let the masses know that something is happening to them until it's too late. And I'm trying to think of an example, but you see it a lot in TVs and movies. But there's almost always a group of people that are the crass people that do the hard work. I'm trying to think of a good example. And then there's the higher tier people that do not get their hands dirty, that represent the actual values of what the group is. So I don't think of MAGA as being the full force issue. I think more of the types of the Project 2025 types are the ones that are the scary ones.
That do this behavior, and what scientists have figured out is that they do this when there is a wasp, a larger predatory insect is a wasp.
Exactly, Gene.
Trying to get in, trying to
like not being aware of what your uppers
and so
think
they're able to
think.
flick their tails and their bodies in unison in a pattern that basically flicks the wasp off. It's an amazing feat of coordination, possible because they live in this way, one for all for one, and these emergent behaviors have evolved, quite extraordinary. This yields massive efficiency.
Like 100%, if you just like logged into this and you started listening, you could probably mistake this talk for being about MAGA.
You have massive division of labor and trust. Is this an analogy or even a homology for anything in the corporate world? Are there any businesses that work this way? Well, no, there's no business that has no competition, in which people are truly perfect hive members, where there's no politics, no competition. But there are many businesses that come close. I've visited a couple times at Zappos.com, and they pride themselves on being like this, and my sense is that they really are. If you put Zappos into Google image search, this was one of the first images that came up when I did this. And it is them, forming this symbol of one for all for one. And when they do this, they love to spin around like those bees. So some companies, I think, are like this. Now, I want to tell you about this little bit of research that has been done on hive psychology recently. It's been discovered that synchronous movement, moving together, seems to change our minds, change our physiology in ways that make us extra good hive members. So many religions use synchronous movement. Well, Scott Wiltermuth and Chip Heath at the Stanford Business School brought people into the lab, had them basically sing a drinking song. They didn't actually give them alcohol, but they had them wave mugs around while singing "Oh Canada." They wanted a song that people wouldn't have any particular emotional attachment to. So they had them sing "Oh Canada" while listening on headphones to the song, so that they could either be singing and moving in unison or not quite in unison. And then they had them play various games and dilemmas to see how well they could cooperate. And after moving together in synchrony, they were better able, they could go further in these games that required extreme cooperation. So I think it has very direct relevance to any sort of collective effort, certainly in the business world. Moving together in time increases cooperation and trust. Another study found that when you take rowers, college-level rowers, and you have them row either in synchrony or not in synchrony, and they did it in a rowing tank, actually, so they could measure exactly how much force was being applied. They actually were able to deliver the same amount of force, but then when they gave them pain tolerance test afterwards, those that had rowed in synchrony were able to withstand more pain. In other words, it changes the endorphin system, which would be adaptive if this is a reflex for battle. Groups that move together in time can fight together better, they can trust each other better. So we're changing.
It's also why during times like Napoleon's or Alexander's, or even during the Civil War, you saw a lot of unified movement within the structure of the military. I think Napoleon was the one who made squares. Obviously, Alexander the Great did things along the lines of changing from being just a one full line and going right at each other, and bending and coming around from flanks and using cavalry and stuff like that. But in many of those instances, you're using the unification of movement to take away a thought process. What do you guys think? You guys tell me if you guys think that this in some way is related to MAGA. Put a 1 in chat. If you think that what he's talking about has anything to do with MAGA, put a 1 in chat. If you think that it has nothing to do with him, he's talking about something that's completely disconnected from what's going on with him, put a 2 in chat. I just want to see how many people think this type of stuff is helpful? Like, because I like to get behind the mind, behind the process of it. So you guys, if you think it's helpful, if you think it's connected, put a 1, and if you don't, put a 2.
Some relatively low-level aspects of brain chemistry that would prepare individuals to be part of a team in combat. Now, in case you want any evidence that this can be used in the corporate world, Japanese companies have long used synchronous movement in the morning to bind the group together. The Japanese corporate structure is very much based on a hive model, a family model, not so much competition within the group, but fiercely competitive across companies.
And isn't it that there's a saying with the Japanese, it's like the tallest nail gets hammered first? Because that's the idea, is like it's a one-for-all kind of culture.
So synchrony has been used in the business world for exactly this purpose.
It to be connected. Good.
And actually, how many of you have ever done any sort of like team building exercise or corporate retreat where they had you move in synchrony? Is this commonly done? Okay, it is. It is often used. It's not studied very much, so we need to do better research to find out if it really works. But I suspect that it does. So here's one dramatic example of how, again, it's just people can use this. This is the All Blacks, the New Zealand, one of the premier rugby teams, the All Blacks. And watch their poor opponents at the end.
I'm with that, James. Good option. And like, I love the culture, and yeah, that gives you chills to watch it, right? The All Blacks are crazy, and I love that culture, and I love the haka and all that stuff. I actually really enjoy all that stuff. But there's something to be said about, like, that's their culture, that's their history, right? So in many ways, it's hearkening back in their history and creating a reconnection to it. And what I think in the same sphere is MAGA attempting to want to regain a history of who they are. It's I know MAGA likes to talk about that Latinos vote for, that gays vote, that blacks vote, but the percentage of MAGA that is white is overwhelming. And I think that there's and how old they are as well. Like, it is a very old movement. I think that in many ways, MAGA is kind of their haka. They want to take things back. They want to remember the old ways. They look at things from the past as being, better. They have rose-colored glasses. And in many ways, it's the tribalism that really we don't want to exist in that manner. Because at one point or another, human beings, if the human race is to make that next leap, right, to become like an interplanetary, interstellar, it's going to have to come from the globe, not from just America, not just from Russia. Everything that we've seen in space exploration has been done with the help of other countries, and it's almost like MAGA is just fighting so hard against the advancement of civilization, the advancement of humanity, that they want to keep it really basic. And I don't know if that's for religious reasons or that's because they're scared of the future. I think it's like actually probably like an amalgamation of many of those things. But even in many ways, you can see like people holding on to their culture and history, which is a really good thing and I think is appropriate, can also be paralleled by what MAGA is doing, is they want to hold on to being that USA that they loved, not the USA of the future.
So it's fun, it feels good, and there are reasons to believe that it actually works to bind teams together more closely.
Making you think while you're trying to drink.
So I want to make the point now that while a corporation is always a superorganism, in fact, the legal definition of a corporation, going back to 18th century Dutch and British law,
crazy,
is a group of people united into one body. The word corporation literally means body.
Yeah, they have
so
no
Mitt Romney
idea
is
what
not
they're
entirely
trying to
wrong when he
take
says
back.
corporations are people.
Or maybe
although,
they
of
do.
course, if they are people, they are a certain kind of person that does not have much in the way of moral sentiments in and of itself, but we won't go there.
What do you say?
All right, that it actually works to bind. So it's fun, it feels good, and there are reasons to believe that it actually works to bind teams together more closely. So I want to make the point now that while a corporation is always a superorganism, in fact, the legal definition of a corporation, going back to 18th century Dutch and British law, is a group of people united into one body. The word corporation literally means body. So Mitt Romney is not entirely wrong when he says corporations are people. Although, of course, if they are people, they are a certain kind of person that does not have much in the way of moral sentiments in and of itself.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Go there.
Glad he qualified that.
So a corporation is always a superorganism. It is a kind of emergent entity. But I want to make it clear, I'm not saying that they're all hives. Most are not. Very few are hives. There's a dimension of hivishness. And even within the same industry. So here are some companies, just from my limited experience in the business world, or rather just teaching courses to people in the business world. I hear from the students that some companies are very much hivish. These are places where they really feel one for all for one. I asked David on the way in whether this is really true about Google, what I've heard. He said, oh, absolutely. Right away, from my first day here, it was clear that I could call up somebody if I needed help, and no matter how busy he was, he would just help me, even though there was nothing in it for him. It wasn't his project, but everyone just has the sense that, you know, you help. You do what's needed. You do whatever a fellow employee needs. So, like those bees, you function as an organism, division of labor, but you're all in it together. So here's some.
Yeah, you don't. Like, that's one of the things, like, I'm not a huge soccer fan. My kid plays soccer, so I watch her soccer games and stuff. But one of the things I always parallel is football games in America versus football or soccer games in UK, and the type of, like, unity in soccer versus what you see in football. Like, it's night and day. It's crazy. And I think that also, like, leads or lends to how much, like, enjoyment and fun and what he's talking about, that, like, that feeling you get from everybody being on the same wavelength, and everybody's singing the songs and you're going for your team. And that doesn't really exist in American football. And I think that the reason it doesn't is because we are, like, so constantly concerned about the self. Like, we are constantly worried that if we think about others for 5 minutes, that everybody's going to take our freedoms away and we're going to be communists. Like, that's, I don't know if it's just like that, like, that's what happened to us over in the UK before we came over here. But that is, like, it seems like you can parallel that in a lot of our society with other societies. And I'm not for what I'm about to say, but I will caveat that by saying this. But you look at the 60 Minutes where they talked about AI and social media, and they went over to China, and they asked a bunch of citizens in China, you know, they're like, hey, how do you feel that the government has, like, all your information? And they're like, so? And they're like, well, like, doesn't it make you feel concerned? Do you think that maybe that's, like, a bad thing? You could lose more freedoms? And they're like, no. And then they just, like, kind of went on with their day. And it seemed like the overwhelming thought process in China was they didn't really give a shit, right? So that's not my style. I believe in the protection of privacy. I believe that in the protection of self and the freedoms of self. But I think that, you know, once again, you talk about balance, and also all the people in America that think that, oh, like, I'm not going to have this, or I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to be tracked. It's like you've been tracked ever since you were born. You were literally given a number to be tracked with. Also, the government, if they ever want to watch my show, they've got hours worth of material that they can sit down and watch. They don't need worry about tracking me. But, you know, but there's something to that where I think that we're so paranoid at all times about our freedoms, and there's like this idea that it's like, you have to be vigilant, you have to be, that in some ways that actually causes us to have really negative interactions with each other, as well as potentially people that are actually good people in our government. And I'm not saying that you need to go the China route and just like be like, I don't give a fuck that they have all my information, but maybe just tone it down a little bit. Just, be happy with the shit you have and realize that not everybody's out to get you, and that not every piece of legislation that somebody's putting forward is going to restrict your freedoms or take things away from you. It just seems like we're just like hyper paranoid about these
companies
things.
That are known for being not quite
Appreciate
that
you,
way.
Mike.
So competition, even, of course, Amazon bought Zappos, and people at Zappos were concerned that their corporate cultures would be very different. But so far it seems as though Amazon has respected their very, very different
it is inspiring, you don't?
So I think that there are some obvious benefits of hiveishness. Just on its face. Now, I've just started, just signed on at the business school at NYU, so I haven't done the frontline research on this directly, but there are reasons to think that hiveishness is going to have these two major benefits. The first is almost by definition higher social capital. Social capital is an important concept from sociology, popularized in the 1990s. It refers to the trust that is found in relationships. So if two companies have if one company has more financial capital than another, but everything else is equal, more money in the bank is going to let them beat out the other company. Similarly, if two companies are identical in financial capital, but one has more social capital, that is, people can do, as David said, you need help, you ask for it, you get it, there's no backstabbing, there's no turf guarding, that's social capital. If everything else is equal, that company is going to beat out the other company. They're more efficient.
And this is what I'm saying. This is the very idea of the balance, is that America has this really unique ability, because of our interactions with each other, to be something different. Something that could work together in a hive-like atmosphere, but have extreme amounts of social capitalism because we treat each other better. Like, if we could get to a point where people wanted to see the success of others as their successes, to invest in each other rather than just investing in self, you could really have this like interaction amongst the people that really turned into something special. Because as it is, America already has done a really good job financially. Like economically, we're the number one country in the world. GDP, we're the number one country in the world. But as far as social capital goes, you're talking about happiness, and we're generally graded somewhere like the 25th or 28th happiest country in the world. And if you could do something about that, if you could do something about the happiness within the country or the company, then you could see that like really going somewhere special. You could see the combination of social capital and extreme economic capital, and you put those two things together, and really, I mean, we could lead the world in so many different places, including being happy. But the one place that we fail consistently as a country is when we are studied on our happiness. We fall really far from the top, and that's crazy to me. We shouldn't be there, and we should that should be at the forefront of the conversations that we're having. How to become happier as a country. We're already very successful, and we're so paranoid about not being successful that we never talk about whether or not we're happy.
So hiveishness, by definition, is going to give you higher social capital, which should generally translate into higher productivity and flexibility. Management can make changes and assume that people will trust them, go along with it, not fight over, well, should we change? People will, you're a team, you're like one body. When I say move to the left, my right hand doesn't say, wait a second, what's in it for me? Secondly, hiveishness is going to give you higher employee morale. It's just a lot more fun to work in a place where everybody likes and trusts each other and works as a team. So you get lower turnover. Turnover is extremely expensive for companies. And when people are fired or when they leave for any reason, they're much less likely to sue if it's a hivish organization where there was much more trust. It makes it much easier to recruit, and once people are here, it's harder to lure them away. So hivishness has obvious benefits for companies. Now, it also surely has downsides, and it depends how you do it. So I'm not standing here saying, oh, every company should become more hivish. I have no idea if that's true. But I do want to introduce these terms. I think it's helpful for people in the business world to think about. So possible risks or downsides are, at a certain point, you spend so much time playing drinking games and charades and other things that they do in some of these hivish companies. Billiards, what else do I see here? Ping pong, scooters, pogo sticks.
I'm with you, Levon.
At a certain point, you spend so much time that it will lower productivity. Secondly, if you have that really hivish feeling of love of the group, that could become sort of toxic for outsiders. You could no longer care about other stakeholders, other people outside the company. Of course, if you have more group loyalty, then there might be more pressure to cover up misdeeds. It would be harder to be a whistleblower, perhaps. And lastly, you could have more groupthink if everybody's sort of on the same wavelength and people are emphasizing their similarity. On the other hand, at least what I heard at Zappos, and what I've heard also even from a student of mine, Jesse Kluver, who's a Marine, is that when you have a really hivish group, there is such trust and everybody values the mission that actually, often what you have is it's easier to speak up because everybody trusts that you're not grandstanding, you really have the interest of the group at heart. So it's an open question when hivishness will have a profile of benefits and when it will have costs. Now, some advice on what one can do if you have and this is not just true in the corporate world. This is any organization, any nonprofit, a soccer team, anything. Do one too. Some of the basic ideas from classic social psychology are that when people have a sense of shared fate, and especially a sense of shared sacrifice, we're all pulling together. Raiders? We're all in the same boat. That really brings out the bee in us. It really brings out the cooperator in us. It's very important in any organization to suppress free riders. If there's a sense, because in such an organization, there's so much freedom. I mean, anybody who wanted to could stock up on all these snacks and then go sell them on the street corner if you wanted to. And anybody who did that would be violating the group's trust. Any organization that lets free riders do such things then suddenly activates more negative psychology in everybody else. People.
And so, see, that's Donald Trump. Okay. Donald Trump is the one that has hoarded the snacks and went and sold all that shit. The ultra wealthy are the ones that hoarded the snacks and went and sold that shit. This is what we're talking about.
Don't feel that they can trust each other. So free riders are really poisonous. It's crucial that free riders be punished and punished quickly. But punishment doesn't have to involve spanking or firing or anything else. Gossip is the normal human form of punishment. Gossip is actually, generally speaking, a good thing, especially in a hivish organization.
Gina,
Gossip
tell you
gets
to
a bad
start
name
a YouTube
because
channel,
in junior high school, people tend to use it to destroy their rivals. So that's ugly. But what's been found, a study by, I think, Naft and Wilson, looked at gossip on a crew team. And when you have a group working together like that, most of the gossip was actually who's shirking, who's not working out hard enough. When people really care about the mission and the group, they tend to gossip in ways that will shame and punish those who are drifting off and sort of pull them back in.
Mm-hmm. So this is my whole point of this channel. Shame is something that has been a part of our evolution forever. And when used properly, there is an improper way to shame, okay? But shame, when used properly, when it is used to show that a person is doing things that are disproportionately negative to the group, and I 100% disproportionately, not just negative to the group, but out of this world negative to the group, it becomes a method of drawing people out of it, because in many ways it's not physical. Mental generally is more impactful, as we know, like when it comes to men's bullying other men. Generally the repercussions of that, though negative, don't last as long as women bullying women, because they do it on much more of a mental level. I mock those extreme Trump supporters because I don't want to see moderate conservatives. I don't want to see Trump supporters that just don't know anything about Trump look at those people and say that's acceptable. I want them to understand that if that's the way that you act, you should be ashamed. You should be embarrassed. Because that is not appropriate. It is disproportionate in its negativity to the group.
So gossip is the front line of defense for a healthy organization. Third, heightened similarity. Anything that makes you feel you're all one will help this feeling. So, of course, many companies emphasize diversity. It's important to emphasize diversity for hiring, for justice reasons, and diversity, especially of perspectives, has benefits. Has many benefits.
I'm okay, Manic.
For creativity, but
I got a little bit left
I want to
in me.
emphasize that
I might make it. I'm struggling a little bit.
To get trust and cohesion, you don't want to tell everybody, oh, we're all so different and that's great. You want to say we're all the same. And when you do that, race stops mattering because so many other things link you together. So just think about emphasizing similarity, not diversity. Fourth point, synchrony, moving together to the extent possible, has been so different and that's great. You want to say we're all the same. And when you do that, race stops mattering because so many other things link you together.
So that's one of my criticisms of CRT. Like, I think CRT, first of all, CRT is not what MAGA Republicans believe it is. And like I said before, if you want to actually have conversations on things like CRT, you should actually know something about CRT. So then the little bit that I know about CRT, it's big on celebrating culture. And I am also big on celebrating culture. I think diversity is amazing. I think that sharing stories is amazing. It's all super fun. It's what the variety is the spice of life. But I also think that there's a balance there where we also need to remember that we are one human race, but we have multiple different cultures and experiences that all should come together to make what we are as a human race. And so sometimes in certain parts of CRT, I disagree with the singling out or the necessity of saying, like, you have to hyper-focus on culture. I think that culture should be weighted and it should be important, but also your place with who you are as a person amongst others is also really important. And, you know, we should never overvalue one culture or the other to in an attempt to, you know, okay, let me put it this way. I said this about feminism. My mom was a single mom. She was abused horrifically. My sisters were abused horrifically. There's nothing that I stand on stronger than women's rights, but that doesn't mean you need to tear down men to make women or give women equal rights. It means that we need to bring women to where men are and give everybody the rights they deserve, because human beings, regardless of race, culture, religion, sex, gender, all deserve equal rights. But we have to be careful in the process of trying to raise somebody up, that we don't tear everybody else down at the same time. We instead want to raise everybody to the same level. And so sometimes with CRT, I feel like it's a little too hyper-focused on being like, you have to 100% be all about that culture. But I could be actually wrong about that, because I myself am only very basically educated to real, actual CRT, not what fucking MAGA Republicans want.
So just think about emphasizing similarity, not diversity. Fourth point, synchrony, moving together to the extent possible,
Steve Bannon going to jail is my favorite.
Healthy competition is good. When you divide people into groups, they tend to trust the people in their group more, and interestingly, they don't dislike the people in the other group. So are there any intramural competitions here? Is there any time you do like group versus group or division versus division here at Google? You ever do that? Okay. And I assume you don't then hate the people on the other team. It's playful, it's fun. You get to work together more closely. So this is the classic social psych finding. In-group love is not purchased at the cost of out-group hate, unless the competition gets really nasty, and then it gets viciously tribal. And that's where we are in the US Congress. But with
See, now it was 11 years ago that he said that. 11 years ago. That was pre-MAGA. And it has gotten way, way worse. And if you think about it, when he said, what is it? In-group love should not come at the expense of out-group love. Like, you shouldn't be in a group, and to be in the group, you shouldn't have to hate the other group. And MAGA has created this sphere where you are either with us or you are 100% against us, and there is no middle ground. That's why they use really like insulting terms, like constantly referring to people as being of harming children, or like the worst possible insult you could think of, and that should never have gotten to that point. And I don't blame specifically people in MAGA. I blame our political system for allowing divisiveness to get to that point, and I blame people like Trump and the people who are part of the Heritage Foundation for fomenting the type of ideology that says you either join up or you're harming children. Like that's, or, we make up these conspiracies about you and say these things happen that never happened, and we'll do the worst things possible to you. And like I said, I don't specifically blame that on MAGA. That is something that I think that has been fermenting for a very long time, and that the internet was a catalyst for creating a larger division amongst us. But at this point, we should be pointing that out and saying, shame, that is not where we want to be.
Within a healthy company, that's not what happens. Lastly, to the extent that you can say that your company is pursuing a noble mission, it's much easier to inspire people. So at Zappos, for example, they don't talk about selling shoes. They talk about their mission is delivering happiness. They're a service company.
I'm sorry, Kimberly, which one are you talking about? You're talking about when I was talking about CRT? I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. I'm sorry. I wish I knew what you're referring to, but I don't.
And Google is organizing the world's information. Google is making our lives easier. Google is doing all these wonderful things. So to the extent that one is thinking about the culture of one's team or organization, these are some pointers for how to make it more hive-ish and cooperative.
Yeah, what Brenda just said. Also, when you include all these different things, right? So when you include the internet, which we were behind the 8 ball when or behind the ball when electricity was created, and we've never caught up since then. So with the advent of the internet, we've fallen further and further behind in evolution, and technologically we've evolved faster and faster and faster and faster. And then Trump was this brain-breakingly different kind of person and candidate in our politics. And then you had the COVID pandemic hit, which is something that I think that we haven't experienced a very large amount of adversity in our time. And it was the most adversity that we had really, at least my generation, I'm Generation X, had really experienced. And to be honest, everybody, it wasn't that bad. It was actually handled pretty well by the government. I'm sorry to the people that lost loved ones, but it was handled pretty well by the government itself. Because for the most part, people sat at home watching Netflix and getting stimulus checks, and that's nothing compared to the 1930s Great Depression. But when you start throwing all those things together, I think that you created a broken set of people that, due to the extension of life, still exist. And that has presented to us a very strange conundrum about what we should do about that group of people.
There are some specific things that leaders can do, behaving in particular with integrity and charisma.
I don't know who's talking about
a leader must be worthy of respect, admiration, and perhaps even awe. Not necessarily, but these things do help. Great leaders such as Julius Caesar inspired their men because their followers could trust them,
Alex
they
Jones
looked up to them. One of the most important things about being a leader or a boss is that people are willing to cede you authority and to follow you as long as they trust that you really are out for the good of the group. As soon as they get the sense that you're a self-aggrandizer, you're out for yourself, or you've got your favorites and you're out for your faction and not going to help the other members of the team, then they'll turn against you very, very quickly. So an important part of leadership is impartiality, fairness. People really have to trust you that you are impartial, and then they will accept decisions from you that work against their self-interest. Self-sacrifice, it's crucial that leaders sacrifice when times are tough. There was a positive psychology conference a month after 9/11, and some corporate CEO got up and said to this room of 300 psychologists, he said, the business community, we're on the front line in the fight against terror, which seemed to me incredibly pompous when we were sending troops over to Afghanistan to actually fight and face bullets. But anyway, so we CEOs were on the front line in the fight against terror, and we need ideas from you as to what we can do and how we can win this fight. So I stood up and I said, we've just gone through the 90s when CEO pay skyrocketed as profits were going up. Now the economy's turned and 9/11's pushed us down further. Profits are dropping, pay is dropping. So I would think that if CEOs would take a massive cut in pay on the way down, that would inspire more cooperation and help you win the fight against terror.
Oh, no.
And he says, that isn't helpful. Any other suggestions? So, anyway, shared sacrifice.
That's exactly what
and
you
lastly,
expect
eloquence. And history books are full of times when a battle turned, or the history of the world turned on one person giving an inspiring and eloquent speech that rallied others to work or fight their
can you
hardest.
imagine Trump giving an actual
to conclude,
eloquent speech?
We have this story about human beings being fundamentally selfish, and certainly businesses and business people being fundamentally selfish. And while I think there is a little bit of truth to this. This story does work in some corners of the business world, and right now we're all trying to figure out whether the finance business, the finance industry, is different from the rest of the corporate world, where they actually make things that are of use to people. Finance does seem to be plagued by many more problems than other areas of the business world. But I'd like to replace this idea of human nature with this idea. That we are both selfish and cooperative. We are selfish and groupish. And I think this is not just a more inspiring vision of who we are, but I think it's actually a true vision. Thank you very much.
Cool. So, felt like some fell down rabbit holes, but lots just finally had time to pay attention to what's going on in the world around him. Think the outrage over George Floyd, for instance. Yeah. Well, there was a lot that happened during that time that created what we're in now. And I think it's more about recognizing that was created and that these times are different. And I think oftentimes when it comes to the MAGA crowd, it's more or less nothing is wrong. Nothing that Donald Trump did was wrong. Everything that Joe Biden did was wrong. And like I said, I think a lot of the polarization was created during a time where the internet didn't exist, and I think that politicians as a whole felt really comfortable pitting Democrats against Republicans and Republicans against Democrats because there was not as much ability to get online as there is nowadays and find all these other people and link up and kind of like exacerbate these situations. And I think that eventually what happened, or what we have that's happening now, is instead of something that was probably 30 years ago would have been something that you complained about and then kind of went on about your day, and it would have just been one complaint amongst many. It's now became people's entire lifestyles, and like the people that come on here and they accuse me of that's all you do, don't understand that I have like a whole life that I live outside of this content that I enjoy, that I'm very optimistic about. I love my children. I'm optimistic about their future. I'm optimistic about the world. I think that, the idea of Donald Trump becoming the next president of the United States, I'm adverse to. I do not think that Donald Trump's a good leader. I think he's a shitty president. I think his policies are very isolationist. And so I don't think that he's a good leader. But I also think that if Donald Trump is elected again, I will continue to do what I'm doing today. I think that everybody should not give up, even if that's what happens. I think it should make you want to work harder towards what you want to accomplish. And I think that, you should still be able to enjoy and have positivity and optimism in your life, regardless of the outcome, because you get one chance at this and you need to make it matter. So that's kind of where I'm at with those kind of guys. Let's see, not to mention Russian intelligence. Yeah, that's once again, I was just talking to somebody on stream the other day where I said the Mueller report proved unequivocally that there was Russian interference. It had 34 indictments. It had 7 convictions. What was it? No, 7 guilty pleas and 1 conviction. Throughout the report, it talked about interference through Russians. And the reason that Donald Trump was not indicted for obstruction of justice was because he was a sitting president at the time. But William Barr pointed out at least 10 different instances where Donald Trump had obstructed justice, and generally the argument always is going to be, but there's no collusion that was proven. And that's a bit of a semantics wordplay. Obviously, if you know that interference is happening, you in some way are an accomplice to the action. If Hillary Clinton knows that, the Russians are putting out disinformation about Donald Trump, and she doesn't say anything about it or do anything about it, then in my opinion, she would be colluding. And in my opinion, Donald Trump was colluding. However, more important than getting stuck on a semantic issue is to say that there is Russian and Chinese interference in our elections. And what that argument always tends to end in is the other person going, yeah, but we interfere in other people's governments all the time. And once again, it's the inability to hold both thoughts. It's the inability to say to yourself, yes, America has done bad things. America has interfered with other people's elections. They have destabilized portions of the world that we are now having negative outcomes from, and that is not a good thing. But also, at the same time, that does not mean that we should be accepting of the fact that Russian and Chinese propaganda is being forced into our systems and that people are being controlled by those things. It's a weird argument to have where you are an American arguing or defending Chinese and Russian people's rights to interfere in our elections because we did it at one point. That is a fucking insane argument. It's so crazy. Anyways, I am just about to go. Do you agree that we should stop interfering with other? No, I do not agree with that. No, I do not. The reason I don't agree with that is because of what I just said, is that if you think that by us stopping doing things, if you think like getting rid of the CIA or getting rid of counterintelligence agencies is going to stop other countries from interfering in our country, you have lost your mind. That's it just, as I said before, these are big questions that are extremely complicated that you can't just boil down to a really simple answer of America needs to pull their troops out of every country, or America should never interfere with another military engagement. You can't say that and just expect that to be like the answer. The answer to it is much more complicated than that. If we were able to go back fucking 5,000 years to all the stuff that we talked about on the Righteous Mind here and eliminate all the ways that we evolved as human beings to what we are today, then we could probably say something as simple as, what if we just stop fucking with their stuff and they stop fucking with ours? That would be great. That would be amazing, and I would be all for that. And I think that would be awesome, but it's not true. And it's not workable. I used to argue with my hippie coworkers about the military when they would say, we should just disarm America to prove to everybody else that they should disarm. And I was like, that's a really bad fucking idea. Because there's always going to be somebody out there that's like, ha, sweet. They dropped all their fucking weapons. I'm coming in now. It's a great thought process. It's a genuinely, in my opinion, a very good-willed thing to believe. But it just isn't going to actually happen. I'm sorry. I wish we could say that. Everybody wants to be black and white, but it's never black and white. It's always gray. Ask the Gray Pill podcast. He knows. Thanks for asking that, though, Wild and On. But I am at the end. I don't think I can do anymore. I don't have the stamina of these other streamers that can do fucking 8 hours. I think that was like almost 5 for me, though. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to the people that came in and had conversations. Thank you to Wild for that last question. Thank you to Ty Black earlier. Thank you to Do for coming in and disagreeing with me. I hope that the Righteous Mind was helpful to you guys. I think that sometimes we got to get away from just laughing and also do some stuff like this. I also really, really enjoy science and psychology, and I hope to improve the minds, not just make you guys laugh every once in a while. So, what beard oil do you use? None, 0. Wild and On. I can't use. I can never bring myself to use beard oil. The only reason I have a beard is because I'm lazy and I don't shave. Also, I'm a ginger, so shaving hurts my skin. I have every skin condition known to man because I am a ginger. Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Gina. Thanks, Wild. Thanks, You Don't. Thanks, everybody. Dark. All of you guys make this shit happen, not me. I just stand up here and talk like a dummy for 5 hours straight. So let's go ahead. What do we get? What did the poll end at? You guys, the most scarring thing you guys believe possible is Trump versus George Santos in a oil wrestling. Next is Mike Pence versus Mother. Don Jr. versus Russell Brand only got 5% of the vote. Crazy. All right. Well, you guys know the spiel. Next live stream is Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific. If I can get that Mega Meltdown video dispute taken care of, you guys will get that one possibly tomorrow, but probably not until next week. Sorry about that. Kind of hit me out of the blue. So I'll try to get that done. Until then, you can check out all the videos on my channel. Enjoy it. Watch some stuff. Have some laughs. Watch some of the more important ones and tell me what you think. And if you want to support the show, you can click the link in the comment that is the pinned, and you can go there. You can donate. You can join the Ginger Army, or you can buy some sweet-ass merchandise. All right, guys. Love you to death. I'm super thankful for you. Thanks for being here. Bye.